Aluhu. Ashadal Hanu Wale Abotenu. Abiyawa Mabi Yiska Rabiako. Atakwa dos Wishamega Krados Badu Shameka Lolam Waye. With Shamdu Bene Israel El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Ledo Time the Ola. Beni Bene Israel Oti Lola. Kisha Shekami Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamahi. Where to others Bayomas be Shabbat Wa Yafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kudushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Wahe. Baruch Shem Kabor Makut Lolam Wahe. Baruch Kabor Lohi Bin Kumor Malek Yom. Aluhu Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right in seed. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We lived according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. These are not my laws. These are not my statutes. These are not my words. So when you get angry, when you disagree with what the book says, then you're disagreeing with God. When you disagree with what the book says, then your problem is with God. I'm just expressing the word of God. I'm just teaching and explaining the word of God to cause you to understand. That's what a teacher does. He causes the people to understand the laws and the commandments of God by explaining. All right? To observe the Shabbat day. To observe the Shabbat day means what? To be, the word for observe is shamad. Shin, mem, resh. We know what that means. Shamad means to be on guard. So if you are on guard on the Sabbath day, then guess what? If you are on guard on the Sabbath day, then guess what? You will have specific officers or certain men strolling the area, patrolling the area, making sure things is correct here, making sure ain't nobody talking their words here, making sure some fool ain't pick up some mop to start mopping the floor because I spilled something. Yeah. Making sure this other one ain't pick up the broom sweeping. That's right. Making sure you go in the kitchen and check, you ain't got a fool in there washing the plate, washing dishes, washing the plate out. Okay. That's why on Shabbat we use plastic forks and plastic plates. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's simple.
It's that simple.
That's right.
Because we have to take these laws to what? To the extreme. Okay. We got to go to the extreme. We got to go extreme with God.
That's right.
You know why we got to go extreme with God? Because we don't have nobody here that's inspired by God to explain these laws, commandments, and statutes clearly for us. We don't have a Moses here to explain God's word. Yeah. We don't have Aaron here to explain God's word. So now we have to depend on God to open our eyes so that when we read, we can understand what we read. That's why we need God in this place, man. We need God in this place. We all look at what happened as a normal reaction. Yeah. Why? Why? We look at things so normal when it ain't normal. Okay. The prophet told the nation of Israel, he said, I'm going to show you that what you did was evil and asking for a king. He said, I'm going to show you what you did was evil and asking for a king. He said, come on over here. He said, it ain't wheat harvest. What that mean? It didn't rain out of season. God had the elements in control.
That's right.
And organized and set on a time schedule. When it's supposed to rain and when it ain't supposed to rain. You see the way it rained that last 2 weeks ago? How it rained all week like that? That shows that God is angry.
That's right.
You hear me?
That's right. That's right.
I said that shows the anger of God.
That's right.
Huh? Because God had the elements set up to where it rained on certain. If you spill it, I'm going to be pissed. To where it rained, you're going to eat it. Don't spill it and leave it there. Eat it. God had everything set up to where it rained on certain times. It just didn't rain out of course. So the prophet Samuel, he said, look, he said, I'm going to show you that what you did was evil before God. He said, it ain't wheat harvest. Huh? When he took them, thunder started clapping. Thunder started clapping. They heard thunder. And they got afraid and they got scared because these things shows the anger of God. You know God is angry. That time, yesterday, when we felt those tremors, everybody laughing and making jokes. Where were you when the earthquake? Or what were you doing in the earthquake? I ain't hear nobody say that we need to consider our ways.
Right.
I ain't hear no posts like that. I see all these stupid, foolish Facebook posts. What were you doing when you was earthquake? Where's your mind frame at, man? God is angry with the inhabitants of the world.
Right.
God is angry, man.
Right. It sure is.
God is angry and he shows it through the elements, through the rain, through thunder, through tornadoes and hurricanes and earthquakes. He shows it through his elements that he done created, that he done established, that he done created. When are we going to wake up, man? So now we read the book and we learn what we have to do. We must read the book to learn what we must do. Remember, God saved, did not bring wrath upon Sodom and Gomorrah until Lot was gone. He showed mercy on Lot, on Sodom and Gomorrah because of who? Because of Abraham. So what that tells you now, we are slacking. You want it, so I can take it. We are coming up short. We are slacking and we are coming up short with God. We have to have a certain amount of righteousness in us so that he will save the people or the people that we are around, because the pious ones is gonna feel it. You are gonna feel this. So I can't bring the wrath upon the earth yet until I get you or us or certain ones out of the way. That's the standards that we have to be with God today, man. Because this place called America, this place, God ain't too happy with this place. Okay? So he ain't too happy with this place, man. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 6. Got it? Time sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Yeah.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you.
These are the commandments,
the statutes,
the
and the
statutes,
judgments,
and the judgments,
which the Lord your God commanded to teach you,
which the Lord thy God has commanded to teach you. Go ahead.
that ye might do them in the land,
Uh-huh.
whither ye go to possess it,
Uh-huh.
that thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
Now, listen, part of teaching or speaking about this holy God, part of teaching or speaking about this holy and sanctified God, shows that you have accepted his laws. It shows that you have accepted God as your God. It shows that you have accepted God's laws, commandments, and statutes. That's why his conversation, everything that he talk about is God. Everything he talk about is laws. Everything he talk about is commandments, is statutes. Because he believed God. Right? A teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God. Stop looking for fairy tales and lies and dreams. A teacher's job is to show you where you're coming up short
That's right.
with God.
That's right.
Not to throw stones, not to satisfy you, not to rub ointment on your back, to show the nation or the people where they are coming up short with God, so that in return, you will consider that and make changes in your life. This is what this is for, man. When we expound on the laws and the commandments of God, this also is for me to make changes in my life and be better with God. Because I also am coming up short. I'm not perfect, and I also is coming up short. We are coming up short with God bad. Because we are not doing things. We're not living according to the laws and the statutes and the commandments of God. We doing things and we coming up short. We're coming up short with it. Right? So a teacher instructs. A teacher instructs by precepts, examples, and experience. What are precepts? Precepts is a general rule. Precepts is a general rule to what? To regulate. Precepts is a general rule to regulate your behavior and your thinking pattern. The general rule is the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. It will change your behavior and it will change the way you think. It will change your behavior and it will change the way you think if you so desire. I have to desire this.
That's right.
I have to want to change. I got a desire to change towards the things that is lawful and right for these laws to have any type of effect on you.
Right. Yeah.
For these laws to have any type of effect on you, I have to have a willing heart and a desire to change for God. Not to change for man, not to change for woman, and not to change for my children. The changes that we make within ourselves is to change for God. When we begin to change for God, then everything else comes in line. I would treat my brother correct. I would treat my sisters correct. I would the treatment, everything will be done in this time, man. I will even consider my children. Who said you can't consider your kids? Who said that? All the honorable. Who said that? Saul considered his son. I said King Saul considered Jonathan. He didn't want his son to feel no way. So he said, listen, hold up. He said, let not Jonathan hear this. Lest he be grieved. Lest he be grieved because King Saul already realized and recognized that that Jonathan and David was compadres. They was boys. They was close. He said, so if he hear this of what I'm saying, it's going to affect him. He's going to feel a way. So that's the righteousness of God. Not because I am supreme ruler and I have the authority that I don't have to consider my son. I could consider my kid.
That's right.
Now my kid don't know. You know what? No, I ain't gonna. But guess what? Guess what? He didn't go and tell him that.
Mhm.
He considered his own son and refrained from doing certain things that's going to cause his son to grieve.
Yeah.
That's righteousness, man. Because the righteous consider it all, whether you my son or not. The righteous consider it all, whether you my wife or not. Who said I can't consider my wife? Who said I can't consider my wife? I can consider my wife.
That's right.
What's wrong with that? I can pull back for my wife. Nah, my wife, I don't want to anger her. I don't want her to get angry. I can pull back. It's too much stress on her. That's my rib. It ain't yours. Stop worrying about what I'm doing with my rib. You do yours the way you want to do yours. I do mine the way I want to do mine. Let's read it.
Verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear God. That's the only way this is going to work.
Only word.
I said that's the only way this is going to work. We must be afraid to offend God. We must be afraid to offend God, because if we are not afraid to offend God, then we're going to sin presumptuously. We're going to violate every law that we read here. So we got to be afraid to offend God. We got to be afraid to offend our parents in order to honor them. In order to honor your parents, I got to be afraid to offend them. In order to honor and glorify God, I got to be afraid to offend God. Huh? It goes hand in hand.
That's right.
It goes hand in hand. And I cannot be afraid of what people think. Huh? I cannot be afraid of what people think about me, because if I'm afraid or I'm worried about what people think about me, then I'm not going to make the necessary changes with myself to be better with God. I'm not going to make the necessary changes that I need to change to be better with the Creator. Time sheet.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be
Go back.
To keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee. Thou
and thy son.
And thy son.
And thy son.
And thy son's son. It
All
said
the
to give him a
days.
choice.
No. Drop it on him.
Does it say to give my children a choice?
No.
No.
Drop it
They're
on him.
children, for crying out loud.
They can't
You
choose.
can't make them choose.
It's over.
Listen, man, at this point in time, we have to raise and nurture these children in the fear of God.
That's right.
Because when we are raising these children in the fear of God, guess what happens after that? We are creating emotional reactions within them by how we raise them. Okay? Every emotional reaction we have as an adult was learned during your childhood or your past. Your childhood is what you was taught. So when you teach a child certain things, then they will react to whatever you taught them to, whatever you raised them and you showed them. So when you raise these children fearing God, then guess what? They're going to react. They're going to have a negative reaction towards pork. They're going to have a negative reaction towards desecrating the Sabbath day. They're going to have a negative reaction towards images. They're going to have a negative reaction towards Christianity and Muslims. They're going to react. They're going to react to things that you showed them. So the upbringing and the teaching of children begins now when they're children, so that when they grow up, they will have boundaries.
Right.
So that when they grow up, they will have boundaries. You don't give a child his own decisive choice to do as he will. No. Every emotional reaction we have as an adult was learned during your childhood or your past. Okay? And you cannot come into something new still dwelling on your past.
Mhm.
It comes a point in time when you have to let it go.
Right.
Because if you don't let it go, you're going to begin to make comparisons.
Going back.
Read the law, and then you're going to make comparisons to what you was taught before. Huh? God took Abraham away from his family,
Right.
from his nativity.
Uh-huh.
Once his father passed, he said, separate yourself and get yourself away from your relatives because your relatives can't serve God.
Mhm.
Huh? God tries the innermost part of man to see what they have in them, to see if you are qualified, to see if you are able to serve me.
Not everybody's able.
Not everybody's able. Not everybody's qualified. Huh? He said, that's why the book said, serve God in simplicity of heart.
Right.
Huh? Don't come to God with hang-ups from what you learned in your past.
Hang up.
Simplicity of heart means clear your mind. Let it go. Let everything go. You know why? Because if you don't let it go, you're bound to go back.
You're gonna go back.
You're going to go back.
Yeah.
All right? So your reaction is based on the summary, category, and definition that you created in your mind, based on your parenting you received and the culture and society you was raised in,
What you was taught to believe.
based on what your parents taught you, and based upon society.
That's how people come up.
Huh? That's how people come up. Society has raised our children.
Society
has raised our children.
Right.
When we allow them to watch these social media, when we are watching YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, it's TikTok. It starts to form a different mindset in our children, and then they are raised with this mindset. They're not going to agree with God because everything that the society teaches is against what God said. It's against these laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
Huh? He said, we are not born with emotions. We ain't born with emotions.
Mhm.
Huh? They are learned and developed.
That's right.
Emotions is learned and developed.
Same as
Huh?
racism.
We create a summary of the event that happened, then we categorize it.
Recap.
We recap it. We categorize it. Then we define it according to how you feel. Everybody define it according to how they feel with this situation that happened. And now we begin to say what is evil when God ain't say it's evil. Then we look and say, oh, he's good when God ain't say he's good. We got to define these things with what God said.
Uh-huh.
We got to define the situations what God said. We got to define it whether God said it's good. If God said it's good, then it's good. Regardless of how I feel. If God said it's evil, then it's evil. Regardless of how I feel. How you define it when it doesn't have to be that way? You defining things according to your own mindset, but it don't have to be that way. According to how you said it. You're making it that way.
That's right.
I say you're making it that way. At this time, you start to compare.
Mhm.
But you have to realize that it's not them.
Mhm.
It's about you.
Mhm.
It's about you and how stubborn you are against God.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Huh? It's not about them. It's about you. And you, about what you went through in your past. So we have to master your emotions according to the laws of God.
That's the standard.
I said we have to master our emotions according to the laws of God. Let's read it.
Thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged.
Okay. And that means, and that your days may be prolonged. Huh? He said you'll live longer when you fulfill these laws. You'll live longer when you fulfill these commandments. What verse you at?
I'm at 3 now.
Go ahead, let's read it.
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it. that
Hear
it may
therefore, O Israel, and be on guard. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it.
that it may be well with
That
thee.
it may be good with you.
that you may increase mightily,
and that you may increase mightily,
as the Lord God of thy fathers had promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. The Lord our God is one God. There's only one God,
No
man.
other. There is no other.
And there is no
There is
other.
no other.
None.
There is no other God besides the God of
No
Israel.
one.
There's no Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
There's no Allah, who's the Muslim God. There's no Buddha. There's no what's that thing? None of that. There's look, man. There is no idol to compare to the Creator of
None.
heaven and earth.
None.
That's correct.
And to serve this God, there are things, there are laws, commandments, and statutes that we need to fulfill.
Mhm.
It's mandatory that we fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
People depart and run away and depart from God because of other people's treatment, because of how other people did them. So that gives you a reason to leave off from God.
Stop serving God.
You stop serving God because of this person. No, that's not the way to go about it.
No.
Be truthful with yourself.
That's not the way to go about it. We need to be truthful with ourselves and ask yourself, did I really glorify and delight in living these laws?
Mhm.
Why was this able to push me that way?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Why did I allow this to push me that way? So now these are questions that I need to ask myself and be truthful with myself.
Did I really believe?
Did I really believe?
Mhm.
No. You didn't really believe. You played games all the while that you were sitting here. Let's read it. It said, "Hear, O Lord, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." Tom
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. Nobody gets that.
None.
I said nobody gets that. What is love? Because guess what? We don't know how to love. Man don't know how to love woman. Woman don't know how to love men. We don't know how to love our children, and children don't know how to love their fathers. The only one that got this love thing correct is God. The only one that knows how to love correctly is God. I come up short with love. I said, man, I had to ask myself, was that really love that I did? Did I really show this person love? No. And then I got to go back and correct myself and say, man, I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have said this. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this.
That's how you correct it.
You know what's love? You know what's love, man? When you see where it's needed and you fulfill it.
Mhm.
That's love.
Mhm.
When you see where it's needed and you fulfill it.
Mhm.
And then when you fulfill it, you don't throw it in my face.
Okay.
I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that. Sound like a damn song.
Okay.
So you did it for class.
So you did it just to talk about it and throw it in my face, huh?
Okay.
I don't want it.
It wasn't love.
Take it back.
Mhm.
When my sister Tara said the crown princess, she said, don't blemish your good deeds by uncomfortable words.
Okay.
When she said that, I said, I gotta go into that chapter.
There we go.
Okay.
I said, I gotta go into that chapter. You know why? That's how you blemish your good deeds. You did a good deed, but you blemished it by talking, by running your mouth.
Mhm.
By running your mouth. Just get it. Oh man, listen, I really don't want to let you. With all these uncomfortable words when you're giving something.
That's
Why do we give uncomfortable words
That's
when we're
right.
giving something?
Because you really don't want to give.
Because you really don't want to give it. And you're looking for a pat on your back. Love based on what? Admiration, benevolence, and common interests. So your love for God is based on common interests. God don't have to be interested in you. You have to be interested in what God is interested in. That shows your love for God. So don't tell me you love God if you're not interested 100% in his laws, commandments, and statutes. And you can't be interested in the laws of God if you sin presumptuously.
Okay.
Oh, I'm interested in the laws of God. I read every day, but you sin presumptuously. You ain't interested. Don't play games. Huh?
Okay.
If you're interested in God, you're going to correct your ways. If you're interested in God, you're going to relinquish and stop transgressing, stop sinning presumptuously. Stop violating laws and commandments and statutes knowing that it's a violation. You're going to set boundaries and you're going to draw lines. And you ain't going to cross those boundaries. And you're not going to cross those lines. Huh? Sometimes you may have to take a vow and sacrifice yourself for God. Sacrifice yourself for the fulfillment of the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. That's what it's time for, man. I said it's time. It ain't time to be playing around with these laws because the wrath of God is near. People talking about the end of times. We are living in the end of times. I said we are living in the end of times. Why do you think this book called the Apocrypha was separated from the Old Testament? The Apocrypha was taken out of the Old Testament. It was a big gap between the old and the new, a 400-year division, separation. This was taken out of that book because the end, you read a lot about the end of times and what's going on now. You read it in the Apocrypha.
Straight to the point.
Like my father said, this is a teacher's manual.
Yeah, it's not very good.
You cannot be, in order to read this book, you have to be grounded in the laws of God first. In order to go into the prophecy and the Proverbs and all these things, you got to be grounded in the laws of God first. I've been reading the laws of God and reading those first 5, and I'm still reading it, trying to get grounded. Because this is a lifetime job. You just don't get grounded in 5 minutes. It's a lifetime to get grounded. I got to get grounded with these laws. We have to get grounded with these laws. And the only way to get grounded with these laws, commandments, and statutes, we got to read with the desire. You read with the desire to fulfill. That's what causes me to draw the line. Say, nah, man, I ain't never doing that. Oh, nah, man, I ain't crossing that. Oh, nah, man, I ain't doing that there. Man, I'm not backing up this way. No, not me. Why? Because fear comes in time.
That's right.
I said fear comes in time, gradually, in steps and stages. And you can't skip grades. We got to stop skipping grades. You haven't perfected the 4th, 5th, and the 6th grade. And it's not like you're knowledgeable on what the information was given during the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. You want to jump into graduates. But your ways doesn't compare to what you're doing. See, when we do certain things in life, our ways got to change with it.
That's right.
I said when we do certain things in life directed towards God, your ways got to change with it. So you fasting 5 days, praying 7 days, putting on sackcloth, but you got a raunchy spirit. It's not going to work. God not going to accept that. See, God accepted Ahab because all 3 was done correctly. So he fasted, he put on sackcloth, and he walked softly. Softly meaning he was humble before God.
Right.
Let's read. Oh, now hold on. He said, now let's go back now. Love is based on admiration, benevolence, and common interests. What is admiration? Admiration is what? Feeling of delighted or astonished approbation. What is See, what my father, look, if it wasn't for my father, I won't have the mindset. I won't have the mindset to read and I don't know the right word, man, but I won't have the mindset to read and understand these laws, commandments, and statutes the way it's taught and read, the way he look. Because it's a certain mindset you need to acquire. It's a certain mindset you need to have to really understand this book. And one thing he told me, when you read the book, you need dictionaries. Do not assume you know what the word is. Look up the word in the dictionary, and it has to correlate with what God said. Okay? Approbation is when you approve formally. I said approbation is when you approve formally. Certain things needs to be said. I said certain things needs to be let known. You can't keep all this to yourself because you're just coming from a lifestyle that God hates. You're just coming from a lifestyle that God despises.
Right.
So I have to make declarations.
That's right.
I said I have to make declarations. I got to speak up. Well, listen here, man. Listen here. He said, I lived as a Canaanite for many years. And God has revealed to me who is the real God.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord God, I shall not go back. I have realized and recognized that thou art the only one, the omnipotent one, the eternal one, who dwelleth between the heavens, who dwelleth in the circuit of the heavens. I shall not go back. I will not go back to my past life. We got to start making declarations. Only people that make declarations, I can be sure of. When people are quiet and they question everything,
Yeah.
they back and forth, they don't believe and they're not sure about what they're living and about what they're doing. They still have hang-ups with their past.
Yeah.
Huh? And then they allow things to detour them
so
easily away from God. Don't you know the adversary stay on his job?
Okay, man.
Don't you know that's the adversary's job to pull you away from God?
You don't believe that?
And once he pull you away from God, guess what? I can leave you alone now. A brother told me, he said, notice after Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the adversary never came back. I said the serpent never came back after that because the will of the serpent was done to get you to eat this tree of knowledge of good and evil that's in the midst of that garden. And after I get, okay, I can't penetrate Adam, but once I get the woman, hey, she gonna get it to him. I probably can't get it to him, but once I get her to get it, she gonna pass it on to him. He did his job. I said the serpent did his job. After he did his job, you don't know where the serpent went after that. Ain't no more coming no more. Ain't nothing to talk about. I done got you to violate the commandment of God. And that's how the so-called Shatan, Satan means in the Hebrew, the adversary. Opposite. He's opposite to God. He's adverse to God. And the serpent will come to you. Evil will come to you and get you in your head and have you to perceive things that is not the way you perceive it, or to pull you away from fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. And when he pull you away, guess what? He stopped coming because you done did his will already. Because you done did his will already. Huh? You're not going to get me, brother. You're not going to get me, the entity. You ain't going to get me. I got to stick close to God. Those tremors, the earthquake tremors, done shook me up. Done brought tears to my eyes. What would happen if an earthquake really, really went down here? Shook me up. I ain't never felt that before. Every time I don't look at that as no natural thing. That's not natural, man.
That's right.
To feel earthquake and tremors, that is not natural.
There ain't no such thing as a natural disaster.
So when you feel these things, you better know that God is pissed
God is
off.
angry. That's right.
God is angry, man.
That's right.
You got men sleeping with men, women sleeping with women. Then you go up in the room, you got a multiple of 20 people sleeping together. You think God not angry?
That's right.
The wickedness of the people has increased, and men have sought out many inventions. Now they got toys to insert things. No, man. And we're going to sit here all happy-go-lucky like we are in the good standards with God.
Yeah.
Look, man, I know I'm not in good standards with God. And I know I got to correct myself. Why we don't know that, man? Why do we base our life upon good jobs?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good job, man. God must be with me. That don't mean God is with you, man.
Yeah. I mean, God is against you.
That don't mean God is with you.
Yeah.
And if you have a good job, look, so be it. Thank God for that good job because you're able to fend for yourself and take care of yourself. But leave it like that. But don't ever think that God is with you and he's on your side because you got a good job. That's not how to discern that situation.
That's right. That's right.
We in the bad straits right now, man. We are in a messed up predicament. We all need guides.
That's right.
My guide was my father. And my father is not here no more. And I miss him because that's where my strength, I would never have the strength of my father.
Right.
I have a portion of his strength, a section, a little bit of his strength to keep me going. A little bit of his strength that's not going to cause me to turn away from God. A portion of his strength.
That's right.
So now, being that my father is not here, my strength has to be God. My strength, I can't be weak. I got to be strong for my wife. I have to be strong for my children. Whenever I get a wife, I got children now. But whenever I do get a wife, I got to be strong for her because she got to suck strength off of me.
Yes.
My children got to suck strength off of me. So I got to be extra strong. And my strength got to be God. I can't be weak. I don't have no time to be weak.
That's right.
Because for me to be weak is for me to detour away from the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God.
Right.
Come on, man. That what happened yesterday is not a joke. Those tremors that we felt from that earthquake, the things shaking, glass shaking,
God angry.
dressers shaking, everything in the house shaking. The first thing I ran out, I looked, I said, man, that's an earthquake. I said, oh, God, please. God, please have mercy. And people are posting foolishness on Facebook and not realizing.
Sleeping.
They're taking it lightly. One brother posted, what were you doing during the earthquake? What kind of post? What were you doing? What were you doing? Was you thinking about your ways? Was you thinking about the things that I've done in my past that God's sons got angry at?
Did you consider your
Huh?
ways?
Did you consider your ways?
Okay.
Did you turn to yourself and say, man, I gotta get right? Huh? Because if it happened now, I'm done.
That's right.
Where is our mindset, man?
That's right.
Where's our mindset, man? We talking about the last days. I said, these are the last days. We are living in the last days. And get it out your mind that we going back home. From here, you're going to the grave. Please, brothers. Please stop teaching the people fairy tales. Nowhere in the book told us that there's a time limit on here. Nowhere in the book told us. Again, I told you guys to look up captivity and exile. And then you will decide whether you are in captivity or whether you're in exile. Every captivity has a time. 70 years. Served Kushan Rishathaim for 20 years, 20-something years. Served this one for this amount of years. Those are captivities. There is no time schedule here when we go back home. When you go back home, where? To the grave? That's where your home is.
That's right.
The only home we got is when we bury. That's the home. That's our home.
Nowhere else.
That's it. Nowhere else. No, you better, if you want to go to Israel, you better go buy a plane ticket. Go get your passport and fly on out to Jerusalem and see the land. But we don't belong there now.
Okay.
I said we don't belong there now because there's wars going on there. Wars because of our shortcomings with God.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
War is going on over there because of our shortcomings with God. Why things happen to you? Because of your shortcomings with God.
Right.
That's why we got to look at these situations, man. Nothing happened for nothing. Everything that happened, there's a reason why it happens.
It's not a joke.
What is wrong with us, man? What is wrong with us? When are we going to wake up? When are we going to wake up? Or the reason why you're not waking up is because God blocked you. Or he have you that way. And he pushed you away. You know why? Because you want to continue to bow your head. You know why? Because you want to continue to shave your face. You know why? Because you want to continue to profane the Sabbath day. You know why? Because you're sneaking in the window to profane and desecrate and defile your neighbor's wife. This is why things happen to us and why God pushed us away. And when God pushed us away, we start to acquire a certain mentality. We start to acquire a certain thought pattern that's going to keep us that way until we decide to change for the better. Until we take heed
To do better.
to do better, to do good, to improve. That's what he told Cain. Quaying means to acquire. Quaying means to lament or to chant or dirge. Even after he done murdered Abel, he cried. He made songs of sorrow, sorrowful songs. Because he killed his brother, he was sorry that he did it. You know what that Cain teach me so much? But people want to call Cain evil. I said, Cain taught me a lot. When you do wrong, you got to be sorry for the wrong that you did. If you ain't sorry for the wrong that you did, you're not going to make changes and you can't do better. I said, there's no way you can do better with God if you ain't sorrowful for the wrong you did. So get out my face, man. Get out my face because you keep repeating the same thing over and over, over and over, over and over. Why you keep repeating it? The reason why you keep repeating it, saying this, doing this, you did it before. You should have been sorry for what you did before, but you did it again. Oh, God. That means the first time you did it, you wasn't sorry for it. And all it takes is for you to get angry and emotional, and you're going to repeat the same actions. What's wrong with us, man? When are we going to see this? When are we going to take this and put this to ourselves? Brother said Cain's error was our lesson.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He darn right. The errors that our forefathers made in this book are lessons for us. Not for us to down them. I said not for us to criticize and down these people. Can't judge them, man. Because we could never be like them.
No.
We ain't never like them.
Right.
We could never put our foot in their shoes.
That's right.
Come on, man.
That's right.
Come on, man. We got to get this right. What is benevolence? Benevolence means what? Benevolence means what? Disposition to do good. I had to wet my throat on that one. Disposition to do good. Huh? Even though I sin and I violate laws and commandments and statutes, I sin presumptuously, oh God. Yeah, me. I'm not perfect. We ain't perfect. We all sin presumptuously. We can sin presumptuously, but we also can have another thing in us, the disposition to do good, the disposition to do that which is lawful and right. Huh? Because God, look, we got good and evil in us. We got good and evil in us from the day that we ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Good and evil is in every one of us.
Both sides.
We got both sides. We got both sides in us. But we have to feed. We got to feed and strengthen the good that is in us. How do we feed and strengthen the good that is in us? How? Don't sin presumptuously. We got to read and do, read and fulfill. We got to fulfill these laws to strengthen the good in us. We got to grab a hold of the strength of God to strengthen that good in us. All right? Disposition to do good. The disposition is what? The positive or negative way a person views the world. Huh? And everything else in it. Your character is determined by your inner moral values. I said your character is determined by your inner moral values. So what are inner moral values? I said, what is inner moral values? Inner moral values is what? Goes according to your beliefs. Goes according to what you believe. Huh? That you use to analyze an opinion, a situation, or thought. So your belief, with what you believe, you analyze his opinions, thoughts, and situations by what I believe. So because I believe in what God said, my belief is what God said. So when a man leave off from his wife and he get another wife, I ain't going to tell the man that he's wrong. See, I'm spinning? I can't stop spinning. I can't stop spinning. I got to keep spinning now. Nano. I got to keep spinning.
You're going to get dizzy.
I got to keep spinning. You know I got to keep spinning? Because we analyze things according to what we according to our beliefs. And your beliefs is not God. That's why when a man had two wives, you look at the man and say he's wrong. He's cheating. He's committing adultery. God ain't said that's adultery. God said adultery is when a man cohabitate with a married woman. But God also gave man the God-given right to have two wives.
Cheating.
Okay?
Cheating.
And when you have two wives, you got to be able to take care of them. When you have one wife, you got to be able to take care of her. You got to have somewhere to put her. You got to be able to feed her. You got to be able to clothe her. You got to be able to provide, support, and protect, guide, and lead. You got to be able to guide and lead that woman. My wife don't have to work if she don't want to work. I got to be able to guide and lead her and support her. I got to be able to do these things to have a wife, man. And if I'm not able to do these things, then I don't deserve a wife. Don't beat the woman over her head to get an EBT card. Don't beat the woman on her head and say, well, listen, we both sleeping. He said, Sister Jacobe, oh, Miriam, wake up, Miriam. Your appointment, your, what's the thing? Your welfare appointment is 7 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock, man. You got to get up, man. She looking at him like this godforsaken man, waking me up, rushing me to go do welfare. And then when she come back with the welfare money, guess what happened? When she come back with the welfare money, guess what happened? The man snatched the money to her. The man snatched the money up. I said, the man snatched the money. I said, I understand these man them today, you know. I said, man, I understand these man them today, you know. I will do this man today. I will do this man today. God shows us how to be a man.
That's right.
I said, read that book, and God shows us how to be a man.
That's right.
Read that book, and God shows us how to be a woman. Read that book, and God will show you. Look, God will show you, man. God will show you. Come on, man. Again, your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs that you use to analyze opinions, situations, and thoughts. Then decide what the right or appropriate way to do so. So guess what now? I had an Isha before. She wasn't raised in the laws of God. And certain things she didn't like. Yeah, I didn't accept it. I said, okay, but you have to train yourself to accept it. That's a training with yourself. That you have to train yourself to accept the things that God accepts.
Right.
Now, according to the man, that's the man's business to say, well, all right, man. All right, baby, whatever, man. You don't like it, all right, forget about it, man. Ain't nobody want to come home to an upside down frown every damn day. So guess what, babe? I don't have to. But because of you and because I love you. Because I love you. Because I love you, I do this, I do this, I do this. Now it's up to her to realize that. Because I ain't have to make these changes. I ain't had to do this. I did it because I love you. I love you. And when you love somebody, you make changes. You do things to accommodate them. That's all. That's natural. Any man that say that they don't do that, you lying. And all man does that. You will make changes, and you'll make changes, and you'll do certain things to appease your wife.
You'll do a perfect backflip.
And I ain't never flipped before, but I'll die trying for my wife.
Perfect land.
Listen, I done had puddles in the street, and I done took my robe off and laid it on the ground and said, go ahead, baby, go on and cross that puddle. And she done crossed that puddle, and she didn't wet them suedes. Them suedes that she got on her feet, they ain't get wet. Because I done took the robe off my back and laid it across the puddle. I do anything for my wife. Anything for my wife, for my children, and my house. That's my family. Except violate the law for you.
That's right.
Except violate the laws of God for you. Brother called me LL Cool J. Listen, man, you don't see me licking my lips, brother. Brother called me LL Cool J. How many times you see me lick my lips? So don't be calling me that. Yo, all right, man, let's check this out. He said, all right, your personality reflects who you are as an individual. Let's read it, man. We having fun. We enjoying ourselves.
That's right.
We enjoying ourselves. This is the Lord's Sabbath day. This is God's Sabbath day. This is the Lord's holy day. Those who know, know. Let's read it.
Verse 6. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
He said, and these words which I command thee this day
Shall be in thine heart.
shall be in your heart. Shall be in your heart. What else is talking about when it says the heart? Your mind. The words that God gave us should be in your mind. It should be your understanding, your mindset. This is the way we are supposed to think. I teach you how to think, Israel. This is how you're supposed to think.
Right.
This is how you direct your thoughts. That's what that means.
That's right.
He said, that's what that means. This is your mindset. The laws, commandments, and statutes of God is our mindset. Anything other than that is ashpa. Anything other than that is garbage.
That's right.
Garbage, man. Man, read that over.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine
Shall
heart.
be in thine heart. Read.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
And thou shalt teach them diligently. That's verse 7, right, brother?
Yes.
To teach diligently. The word for teach diligently is what? Shinantam. Where shinantam libaleka. Where shibantam libaleka. My father used to like to say that. He put an extra twist to it. Extra emphasis to it. That's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. It reminds me of my pop saying something. Where shinantam libaleka. Where shibantam libaleka. Yo, that's oral repetition. That's what it means. Oral repetition. When you mention it repetitively.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why I keep teaching this.
That's right.
You got brothers that ask teachers. You're a student, and you need to remain as a student.
You taught that last week already.
I say, you're a student, and you need to remain as a student, and don't get out of your place asking the teacher why he teach this over and over.
Yeah.
That's why they don't
You're
learn.
not doing it. That's why.
This is why they don't learn.
This is why you don't
You
learn.
stop yourself from learning.
This is oral repetition,
Yeah.
okay? Shinan means to inculate. Check this out, what I found out. It also means to inculate. You know what inculate means? To inculate means to instill a certain type of attitude, to instill a certain type of idea, to instill a certain type of habit in God by persistent instructions. Wow.
That's how you get it.
That blew my mind. I said, that's what you said?
That's how you get it.
I said, the brother said, that's how you get it. That's how you get it. I have to repeat this constantly to my son.
That's right.
In order for my son, in order for it to be instilled in my son, so that he can have a certain type of attitude, a certain type of idea, and certain types of habits
That's right.
towards God.
That's right.
Towards God, godly attitudes, godly ideas, and godly habits. Come on, man. We playing, man. God already showed us the way. I said, God already showed us the way. We keep leaving off. I said, we keep leaving off.
That's right.
And we're not following the order that God set. We ain't following the order that God set.
That's right.
Where we at, man?
Verse 7.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house.
Uh-oh. And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thy house. You know what the word for talk? It also means to command them. You should talk of them, and ye shall also command them.
Okay.
Whoever lives in my house, the commandment of God stands. Once you go against the commandment of God, then you go against me, and this ain't gonna stand. Right? So when we talk about it, if we don't talk about it, if we don't talk about this great God, then I would never know how you think. I would never know how you think. The ideas that formulate in your mind, whether it's good or evil thoughts against God.
Okay.
Your feelings towards what God agrees or disagree with. But in order for me to find that out, I gotta listen to what this person is saying. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him speak. Because I need to hear their mindset and how they
That's right.
and how they think towards certain things.
They're going to categorize themselves.
Right. I gotta let him talk. Okay, let's read it.
Thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children,
Teach them diligently to thy children.
and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house,
When you sit in your house, you're talking about God.
and when thou walkest by the
When
way,
you walk by the way, you're talking about God.
when thou liest down,
When you're lying down, you're talking about God.
when thou risest up.
When you rise up, you're talking about God.
Instill.
That's the instilling, that's inculating and instilling the idea the ways and the customs and the laws and the commandments of God within a person by talking about it every minute. By talking about it, because when you talk about it, it has an effect on your spirit. I said it has an effect on your spirit. Anything you talk about constantly has an effect on your spirit. This is why we truly need to be careful of our conversations. We got to watch the things that we conversate about, because the things that we conversate about that's not godly, it will have an effect on your spirit. It'll have a negative effect on your spirit. What verse we at?
Verse 8.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand,
Uh-huh.
and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
And thou shalt bind them upon the signs upon what?
For a
Bind them
sign
upon
upon thine hand.
as a sign upon our hands. And what's the next one?
They shall be as frontlets between thine
And they
eyes.
shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Which means there were certain laws that went in the frontlet. God's name do not go between your eyes. The menorah don't go between your eyes. That evil emblem that people so-called the Star of David, that I ain't never read in that book, which is two triangles uniting to form a six-pointed star, which is a demonic emblem, which is a demonic symbol. The 6-point star, 5-point star used in witchcraft. Our forefathers never had it.
No.
And people want to say the Sanhedrins, the Sanhedrins, and the history. And the history proved that Israel had a 6-point star. But guess what? All the Sanhedrins and all the histories that you're reading doesn't correlate with what you read
They
here.
don't mix.
It doesn't mix. So therefore, I never read about a 6-point star in here. So what am I doing with a 6-point star? I don't want nothing to do with it. Abraham ain't have it, and God said, follow Abraham. Solomon had brazen shields. It ain't categorized or described that it had 6 points. Huh? People said that. Can we see stars?
No.
Stars are actual asteroids, little small. There's no form.
There's no points.
There's no points to a star.
David didn't have
King David didn't have no star.
His shield is the most high.
He said, my shield. That's right. That's where his shield was. His shield wasn't God. Not no mocking shield of David. The shield of David was God. Not a 6-point star. These things are demonic symbols, and we need to do our studies. We need to study before we jump into everything that Israelites tell us.
Yeah.
I said we need to study before we jump into everything that we see Israelites do.
The first
You
term
can't
vote.
believe
Huh? Because we follow Israelites. We follow Israelites. Oh, they do it. Oh, this one do it, but that don't mean it's right.
Okay.
I said that don't mean it's right. Let's read it.
Thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house,
Thou shalt write them upon the posts of thine house.
and on thy
The
gate.
brother came in one time. He said, well, brother, he always looking for something negative, but he thought he was smart. He said, well, I see you got the zipper on your doorpost, but the Lord said, then he started clearing his throat now, like the thing he got me. Well, he told him my pops. My pops, he clearing his throat. My pops looking at him like he's a damn fool. So he said, well, the book did say to put it upon our mezuzah, upon our. He said, yeah, I know that. He said, but is this my house? I'm renting this. This ain't my house. This ain't mine.
This is an apartment.
This is an apartment, and I'm renting it.
They
I'm
have
not
houses.
writing the laws of God on this doorpost. I'll continue to put it that way. One brother said, why you don't have fringes on your blankets?
Since you cover yourself at night with your blanket.
One brother said you should put on fringes on your blanket. I say this to show you the mindset of sick Israelites that detour away from God. And because you detour away from God, he put discombobulated ideas in your mind to keep you detouring away from God. Why in the world would you put fringes on your blankets and your sheets when God said on your beged? Your beged is your garment. Your beged is your covering.
You say you cover yourself with your blanket, don't you?
Time sheet, where we at?
Verse 10. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
God ain't never broke his oath. I said, God ain't never broke his promise. Whatever God promised, whatever God vowed and spoke and said what he was going to do, God did it. He said, but the only way to uphold my promise, you got to uphold your side of the bargain. So if you don't hold your part, I can't hold my part. If you don't hold your part, I said the land going to spew you out. The land going to kick you out. Because it's like, it's a domino effect. It works hand in hand. I say it works hand in hand. In order for this to work, this has to be done. Where we at?
I'm in the middle of 10.
Go ahead, time sheet.
To Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not. 11. And houses full of all good things which thou buildest not. And wells dig which thou diggest not. Vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten.
You hear this, man? God has set everything up for you. You ain't got to do nothing. Just be a wife to God. The same way when you get married. Everything got to be set up. House, beds, everything is set up. All she got to do is move in. That's Lady Godiva now.
Okay, then.
Lady Godiva of the house. Listen, I'm the woman in the house. And sometimes she push her chest out and making me know, hey, listen here. Hey, easy there. Don't let another female come in. She come around it, and she gonna strut herself around. So listen, let you know, listen, this is my domain, sister. You ain't nobody gonna be swinging nothing in here but me.
That's right.
You ain't gonna be calling no shots in here. Husband ain't here. Listen, I run this me now. Better read.
And houses full of all good things.
Houses full of all good things.
Wells dig which thou diggest not.
Wells dig.
Vineyards and olive trees.
Vineyards and olive trees. Which thou plantest not.
When thou shalt have eaten and be full.
When you have eaten and be full.
Then beware.
Beware.
Lest thou forget.
Be circumspect. Let's what?
Lest thou forget.
Lest thou forget God.
Okay.
Beware. When everything is going good for you, that you begin to pull away from God.
Okay.
Understand something. This is why with certain people, God got to keep you like that. Because that's the only way that this person will have that mindset to serve God. Because when I pick you up, you always tend to depart. So I got to keep the pressure on you to keep you in the way. Some people, God ain't got to keep the pressure on them. I could still lighten up on this guy, but he still kept that guilty conscience to move forward before God. That person don't allow this or that or what he have
doesn't matter what happened.
To alter his ideas and opinions and his ways. There's no changes, and everybody is different. God knows how to deal with each individual.
Right.
God knows he can't give this person too much because he's gonna get big-headed and pride.
Okay.
Pride gonna set it. You know, forgot itself.
Yeah.
This one here, I could give, and he still keep his integrity. And he still keep his integrity and keep his mindset on God. He don't let it get to his head.
Right.
So now, the match, that's a match. One have, one don't have. The one with the integrity gonna look out for the one that don't have.
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
That's right.
And I learned integrity.
That's right. Some see.
That's right. Then beware lest thou forget the Lord, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy
Amen.
God.
And serve him.
And serve him. That's a command. But we don't learn to fear God. Only we will learn to fear God in time. In time, you will learn to fear God. In time, you will be afraid to violate these laws.
Just stick with it.
In time, you will be in time.
Just stick with it.
But we just gotta stick with it.
Stick with it. Keep it fine.
We gotta stick with it. God deals with time. And he gave every last one of us a time limit. Or I would gladly designate. Gave us a time schedule, man. He gave us a time schedule. When our time run out and we have not accomplished what God has commanded, then guess what happens? He puts a block. I done gave you the necessary time. Now you can't pass this block. You'll still be sitting in teachings, but you still block. You still be sitting in teachings, but you still block. Where I learned that from? King Saul. King Saul ran the nation. He kept his wits, but God still had him cut off from conversation. Still. And he yearned to get an answer from God. He desired to get that answer from God. And when he didn't get that answer from God,
They got him killed.
it got him killed.
Messed his world up.
Got him killed. Messed up his whole world because he got desperate, consorting of the Witcher Endor to get an answer. If it's one guy I can get an answer from, that's the prophet Samuel. But he's dead. Samuel was dead. He goes and consort of the witch of Endor. Commanded the witch of Endor. He said, call up Samuel. This is not no metaphor, man. You can call up a dead soul.
That's right.
And doing witchcraft. That's why God said, leave that alone. Mediums and divinations, God said, leave it alone, and you'll get an answer. So when he called him up, which Endor looked, it was a great shouting. So Saul looked at you and said, what's wrong with you, woman? He said, what you shouting about? What did you see? All I did was tell you to call up Samuel. If his presence coming up caused you to scream, what else did you see besides that? She calls up Samuel, but it's a whole mirage. The righteous got entourage. The righteous men that's buried got guards. God has appointed. God will appoint spirits to guard the body of the just. So when he came up, he said, I see other gods. I see gods. Not only Samuel. She said, I see gods ascending, coming up. I see Samuel, but I see gods coming up too. That's his gods. Gotta guard these bodies. Huh? So when he came up, he said, why hast thou disquietest me? Why hast thou disquietest me? And the Hebrew said, why did you disturb me? I'm resting. Why are you disturbing me, man? Saul said what he said. He said, why are you coming to me for an answer? If God ain't answering you. If God rejected you and he ain't answering you, what makes you think I could give you an answer? And he told him a great deal. He said, tomorrow you and your sons gonna be with me. He said, tomorrow you and your sons will be with me.
Be good.
He's with Saul. He's with King Samuel. I'm Prophet Samuel. I wish I could go with Samuel.
Yeah.
I wish I would die and go right in the chambers. In the chambers where Samuel was at. Because I know I'm right. But I say that to say this. You see what a father does trickles down. Look, man. Look. That's not what I teach. That's not my words. oh, what you teach. No, what I teach, what God teaches. I said, what God said. That's what God said. God said he will command, not only visit, he said, I will command that your sins visit your sons. Automatic.
That's what God said.
Ain't that something? He said, I will command your sins to visit, to be upon your sons.
It's an automatic thing.
And sometimes, not even sometimes, all the time, when we react certain ways with God, it affects our sons. And now you want to ask and question why my son is moving that way because of you, because of your shortcomings with God. And he's visiting, and he has visited your sins upon your son. That's causing him to lose his damn mind. That's causing him to do things contrary to what God said. You want to ask yourself, I don't know why my son that way. You need to start looking at yourself. Maybe if I correct myself, my son will come along. You ever thought about it that way? You ever thought about it that way? Why you think Absalom did what he did? Because of the shortcomings of the things that King David did. God visited what King David did upon his whole house. Absalom, Amnon, Adonijah. It affected 3 of his sons. Amnon desired out of nowhere his sister. Cohabitated with his sister. And then after he cohabitated, he thrust her out. Tamar said, this what you did to me is more evil than what you did now. I don't have no plans on going nowhere. You already took it, John. You took the candy. You took the peach cobbler. That's what they call it now. Peach. And they send you the emoji. Peach. That's what the peach means.
See?
Yeah. Now people use fruits to describe certain things. He done took the peach. So after he done took the peach, guess what happens? He thrust her out. So she said, this what you did is more evil of what you're doing now. And you know what just came in my mind? You done deflowered with this woman. You done had sex with this woman. You done took her virginity. You had sex with either you took her virginity or you had sex with the woman. Why are you throwing her out? The only way she should be leaving is she violate God. If she didn't violate God, you shouldn't be kicking that woman out. You already defiled her and went into her. That's what she telling him. You already hit it. You already killed her.
Jacob got tricked.
He kicked her out.
But he kept there.
Absalom. But the only way he was able to get to Amnon, he said, listen, guys, he commanded his host. Each prince had followers, had men with him.
Yeah.
So he said, listen, man. He said, we're going to wait until his heart is merry with wine. Him and his men. Amnon had some ruthless men. And he knew he was nice. So he had to wait until he was merry with wine to move on. He said, when he married with wine, he said, haven't I command thee? Y'all my dudes. Y'all my men. After that, he hit him. Next thing after that, Absalom starts to gain the heart of the people. When the people come to inquire of certain laws to get to King David, he's in the way acquiring the hearts of the people. Then once he got the hearts of the people, he turned on his father and started chasing them all over Megiddo, trying to kill him.
That's what people want, the hearts of the people.
But King David said, hey, listen here. King David has accepted the judgment of God.
Remember,
that's why he ain't pushed his wig back.
I know why
he said, don't touch the lad. One thing with King David, notice what King David said, and notice how he moved, why God had an eye towards him. He never blamed nobody. About whatever happened in his life, he didn't blame nobody. He blamed himself. Shimei cast dust and cursed him. He blamed himself. God told him to do it. Absalom running all over the place. Joab wanted to kill him. He said, nah, leave it alone. But he remembered the judgment of God. what God said. So now Joab, he said, listen, one of his men said, he said, Joab's caught in the thickets. He said, and why you ain't kill him? He said, you heard the king's commandment. You was there. Why you want me to kill him? I'm not killing him.
He said, I kill him.
He said, if I kill him, he said, you same one gonna turn on me.
That's a fact.
He ain't rejected
He
neither.
said, what have I to do?
He ain't rejected neither.
It's true.
Come on, man. Let's read it.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy
What verse
God
we at?
and serve 13.
13. Let's read it.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him, and shalt swear by his name.
Swear by his name. We don't swear on our dead grandmother. We don't swear on the 5. We don't swear on GDK.
On the 6.
We don't swear on the 6.
You swear
I don't swear on my
On
kids.
your parents,
I don't swear on the
dead homies.
on the dead.
We should
I
work on
don't
my
smoke
dead.
on. I don't dead on smoking on this pots. Yo, I'm smoking on Adi, on Lottie. I'm smoking on Lottie.
Everybody's smoking on
Don't even know him.
Don't even know.
Don't even know, but you got niggas talking about smoking on Lottie. You don't know who Lottie is. And we
Stop
take
following.
up,
Stop following.
we take up so many ways. We take up so many ways from these people, man.
Take up your sayings.
The sayings, we take everything and put it and use it. Time sheet.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
Ye shall not go after other gods of the people.
Ye shall not go after other gods of the people. You ain't in the church and you're not in the Muslim mosque, and I'm not serving Buddhists, right? But how do you go after other gods? You're thinking, when you go after other gods, your thinking pattern changes. Your enjoyments and what you attracted changes. Huh? Why does this attract you? Why do certain things attract you? Why do you gain desire for certain things? Things you agree and disagrees with changes your thinking pattern. The things you agree with and the things you disagree with changes your thinking patterns. It changes what you enjoy, and it changes what you are attracted to. It all goes according to what you agree with and disagree with. What you like, what you dislike, what you desire and what you don't desire. Because what you like and what you don't like, it changes the way you think. Changes that. You go by that. Okay, let's read it.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you. Huh? What does jealous mean? Huh? Jealous means intolerant of unfaithfulness. Right? I'm intolerant of unfaithfulness. I don't tolerate it at all. So when we become unfaithful with God, we violate the standards that God has set. So now God demands from those who we loved and redeemed, utter and absolute loyalty and stern actions against them if you betray the Creator.
Serious action.
It's serious actions when we violate these laws. And God demands of us that we take heed and fulfill these laws. Why? Why? Because number one, He loved us and He redeemed us from a place. He redeemed us from Egypt. So because I redeemed you and got you and delivered you out of the hands of these people, this is a fair exchange. Because I did this, you got to do this. Because I did this, you got to live this way. Because I did this, you do this. Look. That's godliness. Nah, I can't turn on him. Because when I was at my lowest state and I needed help, he helped me. I can't turn on him. Listen, God shows us what's righteousness. When we read this book, man, God shows us how we need to be. That's what God did. God ain't turned on us. And because of what God did for us, he said, okay, repay me back by doing this. I can't repay my man back with evil after he done did me good. I can't do that. I can't do that, man. Let's read it. Where we at? Verse 15?
Verse 15.
Let's
For
read
the
it.
Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee and destroy thee from off the face of the earth.
Oh, my goodness. Go ahead.
Ye
Read.
shall not tempt the Lord your God as ye tempted him in Massah.
Ye shall not tempt the Lord thy God as ye tempted him in Massah. Huh? We can tempt God with our actions. We can tempt God with the words that come out of our mouth that is against God.
That's right.
We tempt him, man,
That's right.
with our actions and our speech.
Listen and learn.
We tempt God with our actions and with our speech. Mm-hmm.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee.
Uh-huh.
Verse 18.
Tamshi.
And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord.
And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of God. We have to do that which is right according to what God said is right. We have to do what is good according to what God said is good. Not according to my mindset and what I think is good. Not according to my mindset, according to what I said is right. It has to correlate with what God says. If God said it's good, it's good. If God said it's evil, it's evil. That's it.
You can't find nothing.
There's nothing more good and more righteous than what we read here in the book.
Amen.
This is all righteous. God is all good. And evil come from him too. Both. Good and evil comes from God. Tamshi.
That it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers. Verse 19. To cast out all thine enemies from before thee.
To cast out all thine enemies from before thee.
As the Lord has said.
That's what God's gonna do when we on God's side. When we have gained the attention of God. When we are fulfilling his laws and doing good according to what God said, God will fight for you. Enemies rise up against you, you ain't got to lift a finger. God will fight for you. When people turn against you, and when God has stirred up certain things against you, and you turn to God, try him. We got to try God. Let's read it.
And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord
Let's cut that. Go to chapter 7. Chapter 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land,
Deuteronomy chapter 7.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites,
the Amorites,
and the Canaanites,
the Perizzites, the Hittites, which is the Kiti was what? The descendants of Ham. The descendants of Ham, the children of Ham. Who that remind you of? Abraham.
They told him you're a prince among us.
The children of Ham. They rocked with Abraham. Told Abraham, he said, man, you a prince among us, man. We're not going to allow you to buy this. We ain't going to take no money from you. He said, man, you are held in high regards, Abraham. And why the children of Ham looked at Abraham that way? Because he treated them righteously. He didn't look at them and say, man, you Hittites, man, get away from me. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. I don't have to treat people raunchy. And I don't have to turn my back and give myself up to them neither. I don't have to be a victim neither. Okay? Children of Heth, the second son of Canaan. Once inhabitants of the central Anatolia, which is what? Modern Turkey. You hear that? Anatolia was in modern Turkey. Turkey is where? In Europe. That's in Europe, man. That's in Europe. Later in North Lebanon, well, we was all through Asia and Europe, region of those far up regions. We was all up through there. The Girgashites dwelling on a clay soil, descendants of Canaan, living east of the Sea of Galilee, when the Israelites entered the Promised Land. The Amorites means a sayer, East Canaan and beyond the Jordan, dispossessed by the Israelites' incursion from Egypt. Incursion means invasion or an attack. Huh? The Hivites, the 6th generation of Canaan, the son of Ham, living in northern Canaan near Mount Hermon at the time of the conquest. While all this is going down, they over there. Jebusites, descendants of the Jebus, descendants of the 3rd son of Canaan, who lived in or around the site of Jebus, early name for Jerusalem. We didn't have no land when we got out of Egypt, man. We wasn't even established. And because of the love of God and because of the covenant that he made with one man, who was Abraham, he had to establish it within his kids, within the nation. Okay? So now, where we at? Verse 2?
Verse 2.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them.
And when the Lord thy God had what?
Shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them.
Smite them.
And utterly destroy them.
Utterly destroy them.
Thou shalt make no covenant with them.
He said, don't make no covenant with these people.
No.
Don't make no agreement to be in accordance or to be in agreement in opinion, feelings, and being compatible, which means being the same. He said, don't go into covenant with these people, man. Go ahead, read.
Nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them.
Neither shall thou make marriages with them. The word for marriages is what? Hikatain. Hikatain means to be related through marriage. Bathsheba married who? Uriah the Hittite. Bathsheba was the daughter of Eliam, given to Uriah the Hittite. Now, the only reason why this was accepted was Uriah was amongst the ranks of Israel. He served God. But I noticed the only one that had the power to do that was the father. I don't care if he's a Hittite. He served God. Let me give him there. Let me go on and take her. That's you. Read.
Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son.
Because they have a negative effect on us. You mess around and marry a man that don't serve God, or you mess around and marry a woman that don't serve God, they're going to have a negative effect on the ones that serving God. It's a negative effect immediately. If that man or that woman have not 100% decided to serve God, see, we got to make 100% change. We got to make a 360 change in order for this thing here to work. You know why? Because you're going to stick around for a year. You're going to stick around for a year and a half, maybe 2. And then a problem is going to conjure up. And then guess what? You're going to depart and leave off because of that problem, but you was never with it.
That's the real.
You never was with it. That's why you allowed certain things to pull you away from serving God.
Waiting for an excuse.
Just waiting for an excuse. Tom Sheep.
For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars.
What verse you at?
5.
Okay. It said to turn, right? For they would turn away thy sons from following me. To turn. Samek. Shabuts Resh. Surah. It means to depart. When you depart, it means to depart means to deviate from an accepted standards. From an accepted standards. What are the accepted standards? The accepted standards are the standards that God has set. To turn also means a change in direction in life, which means the path you done took. You took a different path. You done took a different route that I showed you. Huh? Now when you go ahead, now it said following. AUGHT. To follow means to go after. To go after means what? To have the same views of. When you have the same views that I have about a situation, but your views that you have about the situation doesn't correlate with what God said. It correlates with how you think about it. It correlates with how you think about it and how you see it. But we don't see it and view it with the viewing of God. We don't see it from God's point of view. Okay? To resemble means to be like. To resemble means to be like or similar. To be like unto them. That's what my pops said. He said, man, I don't do nothing like them. He said, man, I don't do nothing like these people. I don't want God to look at me as the same. So I don't do nothing like them. You see that mindset, man? I don't hear nobody talking like that. To where you do everything in your life different from the nations or from the people that you live amongst. Everything got to be different. So God could look at me as different. Don't do nothing the same like the people. Those are keys, man. I said those are keys because you want God to look at you different. Not the same like John. You don't want God to look at you the same like Mary Lou. You don't want God to look at you the same as Georgetta. So because you don't want God to look at you as the same, I got to make sure I dress different. I got to make sure I eat different. I got to make sure my behavior pattern is different. I got to make sure my thinking pattern is different. Every cotton picking thing about you must be different. So God don't look at you. So God could look at you as different. Everything got to be different. Everything. To be like or similar. To be like means to be suitable or agreeable to. Why am I agreeing with this one? What do we have in common that me and you have agreed to? See that? The only reason why you agree with this heathen is because there's something in common between you and this person. Now you got to ask your question now and question yourself, what do I have in common with this despicable one that despises God? Then you got to find out what I have in common with them. And guess what? Get a knife and cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. To like means also to feel attraction towards or have pleasure in. You like because you're attracted to it. You like it because you're attracted to it. And why are you attracted to what God is not attracted to? What am I doing being attracted to what God is attracted to? Why do I like what God hates? Why do I like what God despises? I ain't never read it in the book, but you like it. You love it. You are attracted to it. But God's not attracted to it. Then when you become attracted to it, the brother said you start defending it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is your attractions? I said, what is your attractions? Your attractions. Whatever attracts you, that's what you find more interesting. If it doesn't attract you, you're not going to have interest into it. You're not going to be interested. What you find more interesting, pleasure, or liking for someone or something. Let's read it. We have verse 5.
Verse 5.
Let's read.
But thus shall you deal with them.
Thus shall you deal with them.
You shall destroy their altars.
You shall destroy their altars.
Break down their images.
You shall destroy their altars. Go ahead.
Break down their images.
Break down their images. Let's go into the Hebrew. And when we go into the Hebrew, we're going to transfer into the English. Images is matzeba. What is a matzeba? A matzeba is a statue. A Mount Zebah is a tombstone. A Mount Zebah is also a monument. What are monuments? A monument is a written legal document.
Like a plaque on the wall.
So when someone dies, you should not be giving out the obituary cards or papers with the deceased person on the paper. And he says sunrise to sunset, 1900 to 2000. He had 6 kids and he was living as a beautiful man. He wasn't a beautiful man. He was a wicked man. Why do we lie against these men? Why do we lie against people and say, oh, he was a good man, man. But he wasn't good by God.
They write that about everybody.
You seen the man every so often. Well, Chief so-and-so is coming in. Why we call these people chiefs and princes that don't uplift and fulfill the commandments of God? They don't exercise the commandment of God. It was a standards that came with being a chief. Number one, you got to hate and despise unjust gain. Number two, you got to be men of truth, hating covetousness. And don't be partial in your judgment. It's a it's a standard.
Don't be what?
Partial in your judgment.
Can't take sides.
Can't take sides. But brothers want you to take a side. And then when you tell them that he's wrong, you get all bent out of shape.
It's mad.
A written legal document. Huh? Right? Go ahead. What's the next one?
And cut down their groves.
Cut down their groves. What are groves? The groves in the Hebrew is Asherah. And Asherah was a sacred, abominable pole. Something similar to the stripping pole. But these poles was of wood. And carved within the wood was the deity that they worshipped. Like a totem pole. Go ahead, read.
And burn their graven images.
Burn their graven images. What is the word in the Hebrew for graven images? Thesile. Thesile are idols. Idols are false gods. Idols are the likeness of something, a form or appearance, visible without life. Let me repeat that definition. An idol is a form or an appearance that is visible without life. We didn't have images. We didn't have pictures. We didn't have nothing that it said you shall not have a likeness or a tabnit, a likeness of male or female, a tabnit or a likeness of any beast, a tabnit or a likeness of any creeping thing, a tabnit, which means a likeness of anything that's in the heavens above. He said, when you see the sun, moon, and stars, and you be driven. You be driven. You know what it means to be driven? You get the urge. You get a strong urge to push you to worship the sun. Wow. You know what? Just look. When we are being turned away from God, the urges are strong.
Very strong.
Listen to what I said, man. I said, when we are being turned away from God, your departure away from God, your urges are very strong. At that point in time, you need to drop everything and stop. Let it go. Stop. Wait a minute. Put a pause, because you will begin to make moves according to those urges. And it don't have to be right. Most of the time, it ain't right. You got to be careful, man. You got to be a child. Let's read it. Where we at?
Verse 6.
Uh-huh.
For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God.
For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. What do you mean by holy? What do you mean by holy? How can we be a holy people towards God? You mean to tell me all I got to do is set myself apart?
That's it.
All I got to do is be set apart?
That's it.
Huh? And when I'm set apart for God, you will become different from others? Huh? That's what makes you different from you?
That's right.
That's what makes me different from you? When I set myself apart for God?
That's right.
So what sets us apart? What separates us? The laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. That's what sets you apart. Huh? Characterized by perfection and transcendence. Huh? To set apart means what? When you're set apart, you hold different opinions. When you're set apart, you hold different thinking patterns. When you're set apart, to separate means to go in a different direction, to make a distinction between holy and profane, righteousness and wickedness. Gotta make a difference. So if I'm making a difference, I'm not going to live with you. If I'm making a difference, I'm not going to pray with you. If I'm making a difference, if you don't think and you ain't on that same pattern with me, I got to cut the separation, whether you're brothers or not, whether you're sisters or not, whether you're my friends or not. That does not get in the way of you serving God. You my brother and you ain't on that same wave, I got to separate myself. I got to pull back. Yeah, I got to pull back. I told myself that, man. Yeah. Perfection. Free from fault. A degree of accuracy or excellence. Woo.
So Abraham, be perfect.
What is perfection? It said to be accurate. Accuracy means to be accurate. Accurate means to be on point. There have been a couple of times that I done put on my coat and I ain't had no fringes on it. I ain't accurate. I'm not accurate. Why I said my fringes is not, why I said that? Because I got to be accurate with God. And God said ketsuka. Ketsuka means your covering. So if I have fringes on my robe, I got to have fringes on my t-shirt. Everything that I cover myself must have fringes. Now, I'm not going to put no long fringes on my coat. I'm going to put small miniature ones. And I got to sew it on. Because I notice every time I pin it on, the pin get loose and I lose it. Every time I pin it on, but I got to make it permanent. And my father ain't teach me that. He said, sew your fringes on. I said, he said, sew your fringes on. That's what he taught me. So guess what? In order to draw God's attention, I have to be, accurate, but I'm going to go deeper than that. I have to follow the footsteps of my father. The blueprint that my father set. You know why? Because it drew the attention of God to the Rechabites.
Yeah, I said it, man. That's how
I say it drew the attention of God to the Rechabites. They kept their father's commandment and it drew God's attention towards these people. And they wasn't Israelites. Accuracy or excellence that cannot be bettered. Accurate meaning successful in what? In reaching our intended goal. Complete. Complete. What does fault mean? To violate and accepted standards. What does transcendence mean? Transcendence means exceeding usual limit. What you do, I don't do. How you live, I don't live. And we both serve the same God.
That's right.
I said we both serve the same God. But how you move, I can't move that way. Huh? I can't move that way. To surpass means to become better. To surpass means to become better. Oh, remind me of that word. The favorite Hebrew word of Prince Zechariah, Teitiv. Teitiv means to do better. We got to do better with God. I said we got to do better with God. And if we not doing better with God, then it's not gonna be accepted. We can't be accepted. Huh? Tom sheet, where we at? Verse 7?
Verse 6.
Go ahead, Tom
For
sheet.
thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people.
The Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a special people
Unto himself.
unto himself.
Above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
Above all people that are upon the face of the earth. I say, I separated you from all these despicable, abominable nations. I treated you different than all these other nations. And I separated you from all these other nations. And I gave you holy laws to distinguish yourself and separate, set yourself apart from all these other nations. Go ahead.
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people. For ye were the fewest of all people.
You was the fewest, read.
But because the Lord loved you.
Because God loved you.
And because he would keep the
oath
which he has sworn unto your father.
Where we at?
8.
Read.
Had the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord thy God,
know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God.
He is God. The faithful God.
The faithful God.
Keep it covenant.
The word for faithful is aman, means to be faithful. It means to be steadfast in affection or allegiance, conscientious. Conscientious means to make amends for your wrongdoings, the things that you done came up short in. Make amends and correct it. And when you're making corrections, don't repeat it.
That's right. That's right.
I said when you're making corrections, don't repeat it for God's sake. You know why? Because the corrections is what's the use of making correction to repeat the same thing over again? Over and over. You did it before and you ain't learned from the last time. That's why you keep repeating it. Why we keep repeating the same thing over and over, man? Why do we allow our emotions to get the best of us and we keep repeating the same thing over and over with God and with each other? I said with God and with each other. You know why? You know why we keep doing this? Because we got to go back to the ground. We got to go back to the ground facts. When God said, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So if I love my neighbor and I consider my neighbor like I consider myself, then certain things won't be said and done.
Right.
Certain actions won't be done.
Right.
Because you ain't going to like it done to you. And when we don't have that mind frame, guess what? When it all boils down, you cannot serve the Lord. You can't serve God like that. I said you can't serve God like that. You can't, man. You can't. Let's read.
The faithful God which keepeth covenant and mercy.
The faithful God which keepeth covenant and mercy
with them that love him. And keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. And repay them that hate him to their face.
To his face.
To destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hated him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments, which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto thy fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb.
Bless thee and multiply thee. He said he will also bless the fruit of your womb, which is your children. My children will be blessed. Why? Because I'm blessed and I'm doing that which is lawful and right. So therefore it trickles on down to my kids. Read.
And the fruit of thy land.
Where we at?
13.
Go ahead.
He will also bless the fruit of thy womb and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy wine, and thine oil, the increase of thy kind, the flocks of thy sheep, in the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people.
Okay, cut that and let's go towards the end. I got a lot to go into. What I have here to have me going all day.
Same chapter.
Go to verse 25. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 25. I'm going to hit a point there, and then we're going to go to Proverbs 20. Let's read it.
The graven images of their gods
Uh-huh.
shall ye burn with fire.
The graven images of their gods shall you burn with fire. Read.
Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that
It
is
said the
on them.
graven images of their gods shall you burn with fire. He said, thou shalt not what?
Desire the silver or gold that is on them,
He said, don't desire the silver or gold that's upon them.
nor
Read.
take it unto thee,
Uh-huh.
lest thou be snared therein.
Nor take it unto thee, lest you be snared by them. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
For it is an abomination to the Lord God.
For there's an abomination to the Lord thy God.
Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like
A
it.
cursed thing like it. Okay. The silver or gold that is upon them is abominable. The silver or gold that's used to hold up a cross, that chain is abominable just like the cross. This is why we don't buy chains that's in pawn shops, because that chain could have been used to hold up a cross. So that chain is abominable.
Right.
So now we got to be circumspect when people come into your house with gold chains, because you don't know where that chain came from. And that chain is an abomination, just like the cross,
Right.
just like the Jake head, because it was used and it was devoted. It was a devoted thing, and it was used to hold up a cross. So we gotta be circumspect. Jury can't come in.
That's right.
Chains, you can't use no chain to come. Yeah, then why come in your house with no chain? Because that chain could have been used to hold up an abominable thing.
Yeah.
Okay? He said, lest you be a cursed thing like it. The word for curse is kedem, means what? A devoted thing. Huh? The word kedem also means to be set apart for particular use. Also means a dedicated thing. Let's go to Proverbs 20. Proverbs chapter 20. This is a deep proverb here, man.
Oh, yeah.
I was going through certain things in here with Prince Zachariah last night, man. It's deep. And when we read these proverbs, it shows us our ways and the ways that God delights in.
Yeah.
It shows us our ways that God delights in. It shows us our ways, things that we need to be doing. Look, let's read it. Let's read
Proverbs chapter 20.
chapter 20.
Wine is a mocker.
Wine is a mocker. Do we know why it says wine is a mocker? Huh? Mockers are openly hostile to wisdom. Okay? Openly hostile to wisdom. They do things out of arrogance, haughtiness, and pride. Huh? So when you get drunk and the wine causes you to do those things, you need to stop drinking.
That's right.
Because you only get into an argument or a fight when you're drunk. Huh? Too much of it makes a fool out of you.
Okay.
So you got to know how much to take in so that wine don't cause you to be a fool. Go ahead, read. It said wine is a mocker.
Strong drink is raging.
Strong drink is raging. You know what it says for raging? The word for raging is hama. Hey, mem, hey. Hama means to be noisy. Strong drink causes you to be loud.
For no reason.
Huh? In a forceful way, seeking to attract attention to their views. That's what strong drink does.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
And whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise.
Uh-oh. Now we can discern whether you're a wise man or not. Get drunk and see what happened and how you act. I've been drunk before.
Yeah.
What I want to do is lay down.
Yeah.
My head's spinning. I can't walk. Now I need to go sit down and relax to get this way. I don't want to argue with nobody. I don't want no beef with nobody because I'm drunk and I'm high. I just want to lay down and relax in my bed. I don't even like to be outside when I'm drunk and high, intoxicated. I want to be home. You ain't gonna get no arguments out of me. Go ahead, read.
The fear of a king is as the
Wait,
roaring.
go back. He said, and whosoever is deceived thereby. You know what the word for deceive? It don't mean deceive. Lord have mercy. He said, whosoever shall God, whosoever goes astray from that, whosoever errs from drinking. Huh? Sometimes you do things that is against God, and it's because you was drunk. Because when you're drunk and you drink, sometimes it gives you the courage to accomplish certain things, and it is against God, but you did it anyway. When you come out of your drunkenness, you go, why did I do this? What did I do? Tom, see?
The fear of a king is as the roaring of a lion.
He said the fear of a king is like the roaring of the lion. Tom, see?
Whoso provoked him to anger, sinned against his own soul.
Let's read it.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife. What you mean by me doing this? It will pacify that? Okay, by all means, let's do it. Not, oh, man, they ain't doing nothing wrong. What are you talking about, man? Yeah, I know they ain't doing nothing wrong. But sometimes when things are not being done wrong, it could be affecting a person. It could be affecting someone. And they don't feel that way. So for the sake of peace, for God's sake, you could put a stop to it. Because when you don't put a stop to it, then it elevates. And then it goes into certain things where it don't have to go. Now I have a saga. Now I have calamity, war, and no. Go ahead.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife.
It is an honor for a man to cease from strife. What honor? Honor towards who? Towards that man. Not for God. It's an honor towards you to cease from strife. Which means when you don't cease from strife, there's no honor in you. You don't got honor. There's no honor in this man. You don't have no honor in you. But every fool will be meddling. You know what meddling is? Meddling, the word for meddling is gala. Gimel lamed ayin. Every fool will be meddling. Gala means to reveal himself. Every fool will reveal himself.
That's right.
Huh? How do you reveal yourself? Through strife and arguments and debates. You know a person once you get into it. You know how this person feels when you're arguing with him. And by you arguing with him and going back and forth, he reveals how he truly feels about you. You hear it and you see it. Oh, that's how you feel? That's how you feel towards me. We reveal ourselves, man. Let's read it.
The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold.
The sluggard, what? The sluggard is the lazy man. He said the sluggard ain't gonna work because it's cold. You know how many times I done tossed and turned in my bed and I ain't want to get up 3 and 4 in the morning to go in 15 degree weather to go work construction work. You gonna tell me I ain't no provider? If I ain't no provider, I won't be getting up out my bed no 3 and 4 in the morning. You think I want to get up 3 and 4 in the morning every day? But I gotta do it to pay the bills. I gotta do it to provide for my children. I gotta do it for my wife. I gotta do it for her. I gotta be strong. She laying down, tossing and turning, sleeping. Put your hands between the thighs. It's hot as hell. You don't even want to go nowhere. Go lay down. You get up, set the alarm, lay back down, cuddle back under your wife, and lay down for a minute. Alarm go up. I gotta get up. It's the most comfortable thing. You don't want to get up in 15-degree weather, but you gotta get up. I can't beat her over the head to go work. Sister, you go ahead and lay down and relax, man. You ain't got to work, and you ain't got to throw it. Come on, man. Be a man. That's what it is. We need to be men. Let the woman be woman, and you need to be men. Everybody have a role. Men have a role, women have a role, even the children have a role. Don't jump into my role, and I can't jump into your role, because that's when the friction starts. We want to go into each other's roles. Go ahead, let's read it.
Therefore shall he beg and harvest and have nothing.
Yeah, you ain't gonna have nothing because you're too lazy. You ain't get up to get it. You ain't get up to go work. And now you want to beg? No. Go work. Go punch the clock. Go ahead, read.
Counsel in the heart of man.
What verse is that? 5? Go ahead, read.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep water.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep waters. I say counsel in the heart of man is like deep waters. The word for deep is amok. Ayin mem kuf. It means it's unsearchable. Counsel in the heart of man is unsearchable. You can't figure it out. It's so deep that you won't be able to explain it. Certain things in this book we can't explain. Not everything we can explain.
Stop looking for answers.
But we be looking for answers. Certain things you can't explain. You just gotta leave it alone. Leave it alone. That's why most of the time you catch me in the first 5. Can't go wrong with the first 5. The rest of the stuff is just history.
That's right.
And how these people live their lives. Let's read it.
But a man of understanding will draw it out.
A man of understanding will draw it out. A man that understanding will draw it out. Draw it out means yid lena. Yid lena means to be delivered. A man of understanding will be set free. A man of understanding will be delivered by those sayings. Tom, see?
Most men will proclaim everyone his own goodness.
Well, okay.
I heard that.
Oh, okay. Don't we hear that all the time? You see where I'm walking? I said most men will declare their own goodness. They leave out the negative things, what they did that caused it. They proclaim and say what they did, and it makes them look good in your eyes. But then a witness came up and said, but you forgot what you did, this and this, what caused him to react that way. Huh? What caused him to react that way? Evil people do that. Don't tell half the story. He said most men only speak according to the goodness of their own heart to make themselves look good. Tom, see?
But a faithful man who can find.
But a faithful man who can find. A faithful man, this is the man that's going to tell you everything. He ain't going to leave nothing out. Because he's faithful, he's going to say everything. When we keep certain things out, those are not the ways of a faithful man. Faithful, meaning what? Steadfast in allegiance. It also means conscientious. Now, what is steadfast in allegiance? Steadfast in allegiance means being constant. Being constant means occurring continuously over a period of time without changing.
Same thing.
See, I told you God deals with time. I got to be doing these laws for a certain amount of time to draw God's attention towards you. You can't be doing this. I never profaned the Sabbath day for 6 months. That's not enough time, brother. Continue doing it. Let me see you do this for 2-3 years. Let me see you do this for 5-6 years. Because some of you just started keeping the Sabbath day correctly. Some of you been in and out with God for a long time. So now I got to prove myself again with God. You only been doing the Shabbat for 6 months, brother. But you want to step in the man's face that never missed the Sabbath day. You only been doing the Sabbath day for 2 years, brother. But you want to step in a man's face that never missed. Stay in your place, George.
His name is George.
Stay in your place, George, and change your name.
George wanted to tell Chief.
Change your name. Because when you come into knowledge of God, the first thing you do is change your name and change the way you dress.
If you inspired.
If you are inspired and you believe.
Hurry up and change like the Muslims do. They don't play.
Okay. Being constant. Being faithful. Being loyal. Loyal means devoted to God. Being resolute. Resolute means firmly resolved.
Mind made up.
It's firmly resolved, or determined. Set in your purpose. Your mind is made up. Being staunch means what? To be committed. And when you're committed, a willingness to give your time and energy to what you believe in. Firm decision to serve God. So if I'm committed to God,
Give my time.
you commit yourself.
Make time.
You make time to pray. If you're committed to God, you make time to put your head in that book and learn
That's right.
and read.
Mhm.
Commitment, you show your commitment in your actions, right? To be steadfast in your allegiance also means your convictions. Convictions means what? Strong beliefs in God, which cause religious and moral convictions, lifelong convictions. You start to draw the line. You start to draw the line and you don't cross that line for no reason. Let's read it. What verse?
Verse 7.
Let's read.
The just man walketh in his integrity.
The just man. I said a just man walks in his integrity. To walk in integrity is one who lives in alignment with the principles of God. You walk in alignment with what God said. You walk according to what the laws and the commandments says. Tom, see?
His children are blessed after him.
Uh-huh.
A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment.
It said, hold up. It said, that's verse 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold that right there. Stay on verse 8. It said, a just man walking in his integrity, his children are blessed after him. What is just? Just means being in conformity with what is upright and good with God. That's it. Conformity means to agree. We have to agree with what God says in order for God to look at you and say you're just.
That's right.
And if you agree, you perform everything that you read in the laws and the commandments and statutes that we can perform and fulfill. Tom, see? Verse 8.
A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes.
Oh, man. He said the king, that reminds me of a parent with his children. The child's doing things, messing around. All you got to do is look.
Mhm.
Look at him. He look at you twice. You quiet. He stop. And everything stops.
Mhm.
That's what the king does. All the king got to look. Pressures come around. It ain't going down while the king is here. Tom, see?
Who can say, I have made my heart clean?
Who gonna say that I made my heart clean? Who can say that? I can't say that. You can't say that. We can't say that. Huh? The word for clean is zikiti. Zikiti means a clean mind or a pure mind. What is a pure mind? Huh? I said, what is a pure mind? A pure mind is attained by taking heed to the laws and the ways of God. That's how you clean your mind. That's how you clean yourself, by taking heed to his laws, right? Free from unnatural impulses. When you have a pure mind, you are free from unnatural impulses, right? What are unnatural impulses? Free from unnatural impulses or negative emotions, which hinders our growth with God. These things stops us from getting close to God. These are negative emotions that conjured up in our own mind with no proof. With no proof, right? Unnatural impulse is an unnatural urge or desire to depart from God. A driving or a motivating force to depart from God. Those are unnatural impulses. Tamshi, verse 10.
I am pure from my sin.
Uh-huh.
Divers weights and divers
He said, I'm
measures.
pure from my sin. He said, divers what?
Divers weights and
Uh-huh.
divers measures. Both of them are alike abomination to the Lord.
Uh-huh. Divers weights, divers measures, both of them are alike abominable to God. Despised by God. Divers weights, divers measures. When you're selling wheat, and they take the plate, take the a 10-pound weight, but it ain't 10 pounds, it's 5 pounds, but on the plate it says 10. So you weigh the flour, sell it to the guy like it's 10 pounds, but it ain't 10. You're really selling him 5.
Put the bud inside that heavy pack.
Yeah, and wait.
The bud.
Yeah. That's not, yeah, you don't do that, man. I ain't never did that. When I was selling marijuana, I took the marijuana and I weighed the marijuana itself. If it was 3.5, I didn't put it in the bag and then weigh the bag with the thing. No, I gotta be just. And then my SF didn't have sticks and seeds.
That weighs too.
I separate the sticks, I take the seeds out, and I weigh the SF itself. Put it on there, 3.5. I take the 3.5 out, stuff it in the bag, zip it, and give it to you. And you make more money than the ones that be having sticks and seeds because you're just in your selling, in the things that you're selling. Tom C.
Even a child is known by his doings.
Even a child is known by his doings. Huh? The word for known is what? The word for known in the Hebrew is nacher. He said, even a child is recognized. I said, even a child is recognized or he's familiar with. Now we're gonna dig into those 2 words. That's deep, man. A child can be recognized by the things that he's done, or because he's moving that way, he's familiar with the way he's acting because he's seen it. He was taught that by his parents, and he's following that by what he sees, which he thinks is familiar or a natural way to move. That's right. Tom C.
Whether his work be pure and whether it be right. The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord hath made even both of them.
The hearing ear. The hearing ear. Or what? The hearing ear.
The seeing eye.
And the seeing eye.
The Lord hath made even
See,
both
God
of them.
made both. He made the ears. He made the eyes. He said God done made both of them. He created both of them. So you think God not going to hear? You think God don't see? And these are the things that God created, the senses that God created for man, for sight and to hear. Go ahead, read.
Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. Open thine eyes and thou shalt be satisfied.
Open your eyes and thou shalt be satisfied with who?
With bread.
Oh, wait, where you at?
13.
He said, open your eyes. He said, and you can go get bread. Stop laying up in the bed sleeping. Get up out the bed and go work. Then maybe you'll be able to feed yourself. Then maybe you'll be able to take care of yourself. But we can't take care of ourselves, and you God-forsaken Israelites is looking for wives.
Depending on somebody.
No, first take care of yourself and have the situation, the house, and everything set up so that when your wife move in, everything is set up and situated. I have to make life easier on her. Tom She.
It is not. It is not, say the Bible.
Word for naught is ra, resh ayin. It means it's evil. We say it is evil. It is evil.
Say it the buyer.
Say it the buyer.
But when he has gone his way, then he boasted.
When he's gone this way, he boasts. Go ahead.
There is gold.
There is gold.
And a multitude of rubies.
And a multitude of rubies.
But the lips of knowledge.
But the lips of knowledge
are a precious jewel.
Are a precious jewel. Go to verse 16.
Take his garment.
Take his garment. That is surety for a stranger. What is surety? When you take surety for someone, that is a person that takes responsibility for another person's actions. That's when you take responsibility for what this person did. So if I'm taking responsibility, I'm taking the heat, you got to consider that. And not move according to the way you used to move. Because I'm taking the heat. And I'm trying to cover you to pacify the situation. That's what we got to learn. We gotta learn to pacify certain situations. Huh?
Come from the word peace.
That's right. That's it. Tamshi.
It is not, saith the buyer, but when he has gone his way,
Verse 17.
then he
Verse 17. No, that's all right. Proverbs 20, verse 17.
bread of deceit is sweet to a man.
Bread of deceit is sweet to a man. Bread of deceit are choices or choice lies. Choice lies that are sweet in the beginning. But later it's like a mouthful of gravel. Later, you're like, Dad, why did I tell you? You know how many times you put yourself in a rut thinking that everything, and I ain't a good liar. I'm not a good liar at all. Man, I would say one thing, and then I will forget that I said one thing, and then say something different.
Because you're going to do that.
You know what that means? You know what that means? I'm not a natural deceitful person.
Right.
A person that's naturally deceitful
Come easy.
and he gonna remember what he said.
Mhm.
He ain't gonna forget what he said.
No, I ain't say that.
He did not.
Say that.
I ain't a good liar at all. Because when you lie, you gotta back up what you said
With another lie.
with another lie.
Another
I had a woman before that said, "Man, you're not a good liar, man. You need to stop, man." She said, "You're not a good liar, man." I said, "Man, you're right, man. I'm not a good liar, man. I need to stop that, man. I need to stop it." He said, bread of deceit are choice lies that are sweet in the beginning, but later is like a mouthful of gravel. Is the results of lying painful and sometimes fatal?
gravel in your mouth. Fatal means dead.
Dead. All because of lies. Because of your lies, it has caused pain. Because of your lies, you caused a lot of
war don't start.
dissension. Time sheet.
Every purpose is established by counsel.
Every purpose is established by counsel. What is a purpose? Shabbat. Mak Shabbat come from the root word chashab. It means every purpose, every thought, and every imagination is what?
Is established by counsel.
Is established by counsel. So your thoughts that conjured up and whatever you think up and your purpose that you didn't have in your mind, before you move on it, get some advice. Take it to somebody and see if you're making the right decision.
Right move.
Don't just move, because by you moving on these thoughts that you done conspired in your mind, it don't have to be correct. And when you move, you do more damage to yourself and others. I say you do more damage, not only to yourself, but you also, the result that came from that, you even damaged other people from that move that you done did.
Just you.
You didn't think and sit. Take a breather. Relax.
Take a breath, man. Relax.
Take a day or two. A day or two to think. Be on point according to what you're thinking, because that's what you're thinking. But I'm telling you not to move on the things that you conspired in your mind, because you may be moving the wrong way. And that's why I said take a day or two. Take 3 days. Relax. Sleep on it. Relax a minute. Be on point. You may have to sleep with a knife underneath your pillow, being on point, just in case.
That's right.
You may have to have a little pistola somewhere stashed somewhere, because you're being on point, just in case. And then you wait and you wait and you wait, and then you'll see that, wow, all these ideas and things that transpired in my brain, it wasn't what I thought it was. I am so happy I sat and I relaxed and chilled,
And it wasn't even.
because it wasn't like that. Go ahead, read. Verse 19, right?
And with good advice make war.
Good advice make war. Time sheet.
He that goeth about as a talebearer.
He that goeth about as a talebearer. The word for a talebearer is a rakil. Rakil is a what? A slanderer. Slanderer means what? The making of false statements that damages another reputation. Time sheet.
Therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness.
Okay, wait a minute. Whoso curseth his father or his mother. The word for curse is qualel. I don't want to hear that you disagree with your mother. I don't want to hear that you disagree with your
Yeah,
father.
that's unheard of.
Keep that to yourself. I know your mother is living a lifestyle that's not correlating with what God said. But you need to get out of your mother's house and get out of your father's house if you don't agree with her rules.
I don't want to hear you don't rock with your mother.
I don't want to hear that you don't rock with your father. I don't want to hear that you don't rock with your mother. Because God said to honor your father and your mother, regardless of what lifestyle or regardless of what direction that they have took. Okay?
Talking about.
Make it clear.
Okay? So if you don't agree with that, then you need to leave out of your parents' house and remain as a child. Again, we have roles. The parents have a role and the child have a role. Stay in your place, man, when it's concerning your parents. Right? Now, to curse means to invoke evil upon. You know what invoke evil upon?
Say things.
When you say things hoping that it happened to the person. Those are not good things to do. I said, those are not good things to do.
Do it when you're mad at the person.
Go ahead, read.
Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness.
There's no light that can there's no light that can brighten that out. Nothing can save you after that. Go ahead, read.
An inheritance may be gotten hastily at the beginning.
In the beginning, I done got it real quick.
But the end thereof shall not be.
But
right.
the end shall not be right. That reminds me of the times 1998, 97. I'm upstate hustling and you're getting the money real quick.
Real fast.
But the end, you end up in prison. That's what it means.
That's right.
In the end, you end up in jail
fast.
doing a long period of time. Time sheet.
Say not thou, I will recompense evil.
Say not thou, I will repay evil. Somebody do you evil, you want to repay them back evil. No, that just makes you the same like
I
them.
can't wait to do it.
That just makes you the same like them. What the person do you evil, what you're supposed to do is stay away. Put a separation between you and that person so that you don't get done evil again.
That's right.
That's it. But you don't repay them evil. Why do you think God stopped King David? King David got done evil. He did good to Nabal. Nabal didn't give him no food. He said, man, I was a hedge for you. And I did you good. If it wasn't for me, you would have got ran down on. Abigail comes. Say, man, here you go. Gave him the food because David was on his way to wipe out Nabal and everybody there. Tom sheet.
Say not thou, I will recompense evil, but wait on the Lord, and he shall save thee. Diverse weights are an abomination unto the Lord, and a false balance is not good. Man's goings are of the Lord.
A man's goings are of God.
Okay.
We can't explain why we move the way we move. Because God done stirred us in that direction because of our actions that are contrary towards God. So God stirs you in that action, man and woman. You think it's because of this or the other why you made this move. But God stirred you in that direction.
Knowing you was going to go.
Knowing you was going to go. Why? Because of your actions, your thinking pattern that was contrary to what God said. All the while you've been sitting here. All the while you've been reading. All the while you've been in Shema or DCB and all those camps, and you wasn't agreeing. You wasn't agreeing. So God stirred you out of the camp. Stirred you and led you out.
What you doing now?
Tom sheet.
Well,
Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way?
A man's goings is of God. So how can a man even understand the things that he's doing? Tom
It
Sheen.
is a snare to the man who devoureth that which is holy. And
It is a snare. Uh-oh. He says it's a snare to what?
to the man who devoureth that which is holy.
Okay, wait a minute. He said a snare is a trap. He said it's a snare to a man to devour that which is holy. To devour is what? Yala. Yod Lamed Ayin. It means to speak rashly of holy. He said after to speak, now the correct pronunciation means you speak rashly of holy things after you make a vow.
Right.
No, we gotta know. We gotta watch what you say, what you say, or be aware of the things that you do, and then after you vow of things that you're not sure about, you can't make vows of things that you ain't sure about. But we talk and run our mouth, talk, speak so quick and rashly, and then we start making vows. When you don't even realize the things that you done said.
That's right.
When you don't even realize the thing that you done voiced out of your mouth.
Yeah.
When you don't even remember what you said.
don't
But
remember.
then after you done said it, you done vowed that you didn't say it.
A lot of
Yeah.
times people don't remember.
You done vowed that you
Right.
didn't say it. Yeah. We gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Time sheet. Verse 26.
A wise king scattereth the wicked
A wise king scattereth the wicked. Read.
and bringeth the wheel over them.
And bringeth the wheel over them. Yeah, you better scatter them because the wicked always got something in thought, something
That's
to do,
something, yeah.
something in
I'm
mind.
scheming.
They
Yeah.
scheming. So you keep them separated
Yeah.
and put the pressure
Put
down.
the pressure on them.
Time sheet.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord. You know what the spirit of man is? That's not the regular nefesh. The spirit of man is nishmat. Nishmat is the breath of life. That's the breath of life. Huh? And the
So-
breath of life comes from who?
God.
Come from God. Which means we have good in us, but we corrupt ourselves by doing evil. We corrupt ourselves by doing evil. Go ahead.
The spirit of man is the candle of the
Candle
Lord,
of the Lord.
searching all the inward parts of the belly.
Searching all the inward parts of the
He see
belly.
everything.
Look at the words that I came across. Inward parts, right? The word for inward parts is keded. Chet, dalet, resh. Keded means inward parts. It means most private and deeply felt of thoughts and feelings.
Uh-huh.
When we say inward parts, it's talking about your thoughts
The most deepest
and
feeling.
your most deepest feelings and your most deepest thoughts. Okay? The inward parts of the belly. The inward parts of the belly is the inmost heart of man. Testing all your thoughts, feelings, desires by God's laws.
Touch you.
He tests you according to your thinking pattern using the laws of God. He tests you according to your feelings using the laws of God and your desires using the laws of God, approving some and condemning others
How you get it,
according as they agree with it or not.
That's a
So that's why we have certain people that agree and they'll disagree. Because God tests your inward parts of the belly with using the laws of God to see what you agree with, to see what's going to come out of
How
you.
you gonna feel?
So God used the laws and he says certain things to see what comes out of you when I say this.
How you feel about that?
How you feel about this law?
Yeah.
How you feel about that law? How you feel about that law? And by God doing that, those are things that we need to work on.
That's how he evaluates you. Huh?
That's how you evaluate you. That's how you get evaluated. Huh? Let's read it.
Evaluate
Verse
on the spot.
28, right?
28.
Go ahead.
Mercy and truth preserve the king.
Mercy and
his,
truth preserve the king,
and his throne is upholden by mercy.
and his throne is upheld with mercy. To preserve means what? To be guarded. Mercy and truth guards the king. And what it said?
And his throne is upholden by mercy.
Upholden by mercy. Upholden means to support or strengthen. By king being mercy and truthful, he supports and strengthens his kingship. Tom She.
The glory of young men is their strength,
The glory of young men is their strength.
and the beauty of old men is the gray
It's
hair.
the gray head. That's right.
The blueness of a wound cleanses away evil.
Cleanse it away evil. Huh? That's you know what's the blueness of the wound? That's the stripes. You messed up, you done violated, you got to get 20 stripes.
Yeah.
And by those 20 stripes is what's causing the blueness of that wound. He said, cast away evil. I bet you won't do that again.
Yeah, make that evil go.
You won't do that again, brother. I tell you that much. We're going to go into the Apocrypha.
Uh-huh.
Let's go into the Apocrypha, and we're going to go into Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. Give everybody time to get it.
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. This is going to dead the so-called science. This is going to dead the Big Bang. This is going to dead all that. We ain't smarter than our forefathers. I said, we're not smarter
No way.
than the men that we read about in this book. But we want to be smarter than the ones that we read about in this book. And I hear things that I don't read in the book. Let's read Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. Get your Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. Let's read it.
He that liveth forever created all things in general.
He said, he that liveth forever created all things in general. Huh? What do you mean by created all things in general? Huh? So when God created all things in general, it means to cause to come into being. Right? As something unique that would not naturally evolve.
Wasn't there?
That would not naturally evolve, which means it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Or that is not made by ordinary process. That was not made by ordinary process. What you said God needed atoms and neutrons and greenhouse effect, God ain't need that. Those are ordinary process because God has the power of the spoken word.
You don't need material.
When you speak things into existence. Go ahead, read.
The Lord only is righteous,
The Lord only is righteous.
and there is none other
And
but
there is
He.
none other but He.
No other.
Uh-huh.
Who governeth the world with the palm of His hand.
Who controls the world. Huh? And when God has control over the world, He have a decisive influence. A decisive influence is definite results. The last word. Huh? To have authority and jurisdiction over all the earth and humanitarian and humans. Tom C.
And all things obey His will.
Everything obey the will of God.
That's a fact.
Everything obey God, but man and woman. We want to do our own thing.
That's the problem.
Go ahead, read.
For He is the King of all,
Uh-huh.
by His power dividing holy things among them from profane.
That's what He's the King of all.
That's right.
He said, I done divided the holy from the profane. I done made a separation from the holy from the profane. So when God deals with you separately from the profane, then guess what? You're going to be led into a different direction. You're going to be led into a different path.
That's right.
God's going to open your eyes to certain things that He's not going to open your eyes to.
That's right.
Because we're on different paths.
That's
We're
right.
on different roads.
Yeah.
Tom C.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
To whom hath He given power to declare His word?
Wait a minute.
What?
That's deep. Who did God? Let me ask you a question now. And I want everybody in the chat to answer. Look at that. I want everybody to answer in the chat. Who did God, I said, who did God? To whom had He given power to declare the work of God?
No one.
So we got to stop going into Genesis 1 and explaining Genesis 1. Like a Big Bang Theory happened in Genesis 1. God didn't give you the power to declare what happened in the beginning. God didn't give you the power to declare His work. Read it And leave it right there.
That's
Leave it
it.
for what it says.
Go by what he
Because
said.
the word bara means to bring into existence. And when you bring something into existence, you had nothing there.
It didn't exist.
It didn't exist. There was nothing there. You didn't need, God don't need protons and atoms to create nothing.
No, man.
Right.
Everything you see,
That's
God
right.
created.
You
You
need,
read,
That's
you
right.
need a razor to shave your head.
you read this right here. He said, to whom had he given power to declare his works?
Who?
And who shall find out his noble
Who?
acts?
Who?
Who?
Meaning you ain't gonna know.
You ain't gonna know how this thing
Blow
went
your
down.
mind.
He
I'ma
didn't
say this.
reveal that to us. God did not reveal that to us. We need to leave certain things alone.
That's right.
He gave us the law.
Huh? He said, who shall number the strength of his majesty? Who shall also tell out his mercies? As for the wondrous works of the Lord, there may nothing be taken from them. Neither may anything be put unto them. Neither can the ground of them be found out.
Okay.
Can't figure these things out. Leave it alone.
That's right.
When a man had done, then he begins. And when he leave off, then he shall be doubtful. What is man? And whereto serveth he? What is his good? And what is his evil? He said, the number of a man's days at the most are 100 years. It's a limit now. It's less than that now. It ain't 100 years no more. It's up in the air. You got children dying. 15 years old, babies. There's no limit on life.
Right.
But we act like we're going to live forever. He said, as a drop of water into the sea and a gravel stone in comparison of the sand, so are 1,000 years to the days of eternity. 1,000 years to God is nothing. 1,000 years to God is nothing. Therefore is God patient with them and pour forth his mercy upon them. God is merciful and he's patient with the world, regardless if you're Israel or not, regardless if you follow his laws or not. But why is God patient with the evil and the wicked people? Because he knows that when you die and you die in your sin, there's something to look for. There's judgment. There's something that's going to go on after your death. So he's merciful, and he's patient with you while you live. Because after you die, you're going to look towards punishment. There's punishment that happens when you die in our sins, in our iniquities.
Right.
He said he saw and perceived their end to be evil. Therefore, he multiplied his compassion. The mercy of man is towards his neighbor. The mercy of man is towards his neighbor, but the mercy of the Lord is upon all flesh.
Okay.
God is merciful to all.
Oh,
All merciful.
that's right.
He reprove it and nurture it and teach it. These are the three stages. These are the three stages of the correction of God. To reprove means to correct. When God reproves you, he corrects you.
That's right.
So while God is correcting you, he's nurturing. Nurturing means what? To care for by encouraging the growth of. So he corrects you, shows you the right and the correct way, and then the nurture comes in. Because now, if God didn't care for you, he wouldn't have corrected you.
True.
And by God correcting you, he's encouraging you to grow in his laws, in his commandments.
That's right.
And bring it again as a shepherdess flock. That's care. Say he had mercy on them that received what? His discipline. So when you receive the discipline of God, God had mercy on you.
Yeah.
God is merciful on you when you receive the discipline of God. So why are we merciful? The guy that did wrong, you told him he was wrong. Yo, man, you shouldn't have did this, you shouldn't have did this, you shouldn't have did this. All right, brother, I'm sorry. But the other guy that was telling him that he was wrong, he kept going.
He's still leaning.
And he kept leaning. And he got more boisterous and loud. And then the other guy looked at me and said, okay, I told you I'm sorry. Now forget it. Well, what's wrong with you?
You want to kill him?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with us?
Right.
Why do we get extra courageous when one person back down? Why, when one person back down, the other one gets more courageous? So now I can't back down no more because you keep getting loud. So now the humbleness got to go pushed to the side, and I got to turn into an animal now. Now I got to turn into a beast. I have a bad temper, and the beast is in there, but it only activates when you activate it. Don't activate the beast, and then I won't go crazy. But when you activate them and you wake them up, don't look at me like I'm wrong. You wrong, because I came humble. I came humble and I said it nicely. So you reacted in a raunchy, stink way and want me to remain humble and passive. My name, I don't turn the other cheek. My name ain't Jesus Christ. I don't turn the other cheek. That ain't my name. Jake the Snake. Huh? I don't turn the other cheek, brother.
That away.
So now, where we at now? On verse 15?
Verse 15.
Wait a minute. 14.
He has mercy.
Mercy on them that receive his discipline.
And that diligently seek after
And that
his
diligently seek after his judgments. Let's read it.
My son, blemish not thy good deeds.
Yeah, I had to go into that. My sister came and told me that. I said, man, that's a good, man. She said, blemish not your good deeds. And how do you blemish your good deeds? I done gave you something, and then after I spoke about it, you done blemished your good deeds. You did a good deed, but you spoke about it, about how I gave it to you.
Yeah.
Well, then if you felt that way, you shouldn't have gave it to me.
That's right.
Why do you use uncomfortable words when you're doing something for someone that is good? Because you ain't doing it because it's good. You doing it to pat yourself on the back and to throw it in the person's face.
Yeah.
And that's pride. Let's read it.
Have mercy on them that receive discipline.
No, verse 16 now. Verse 16. Ecclesiasticus chapter what? Chapter 18, verse 16. Let's read it.
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
Shall not the dew assuage the heat? Yeah. When the dew come up, it put the heat out. It pacifies the heat. You start to see the steam because the dew is coming, right? He says, shall not the dew assuage the heat?
So is a word better than a gift.
So the word, a passive and peaceful word, puts down and pacifies the anger. Not today.
Not today.
I said, not today.
True.
That's for these men.
Yeah.
See, we got to realize that when we read the book, we are talking about a people that serve God.
Right.
We are talking about a people, a righteous people. Today, you got to know who you're dealing with, because you come passive and you whisper and you talk calmly, and he gets agitated.
Yeah.
The person gets agitated, gets angry,
Yeah.
because all I said was everything I said was nice and soft. You didn't even hear my word. I didn't even know the brother was talking, but he got angry. Why? Because it was concerning whatever he said about. No good, man.
You belong in a pit with a lion.
Time sheet. Verse
So is a word better than a gift. Lo, is not a word better than a gift?
He said, lo, is not a word better than a gift?
But both are with a gracious man.
Oh my goodness. He said, is not a word better than a gift? A gift and peace and soothing words are both with a gracious man. The book shows you and defines and gives you the definition of a gracious man. You want to know if you're a gracious man? Or words. You have goodly words. What comes from you defines and tells you whether you are a gracious person.
That's right.
Gifts and a grace and a good word. What's the gift? He ain't asked for it. You just saw the man was in need. You just saw that the person was in need, and you came and you delivered. You said, here you go. That's how that's why you can describe a gracious man. Those two things are with gracious men. Let's read.
That's right.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
Yeah.
What does first of all, what's upbraid? When you upbraid, it means to find fault with, right? A fool will upbraid churlishly. What does churlish mean? Churlish is rude, is a rude person. What does rude mean? Rude means a mean-spirited man or surly way. So now we're going to get into those two words. What is the definition of a mean-spirited man? And what is the definition of surly? S-U-R-L-Y. So we can describe and understand what is a churlish man. A churlish man, right, is a mean-spirited person or a surly person. Okay, mean-spirited. A mean-spirited person, right, mean-spirited, feeling or showing a cruel desire to cause pain or harm, right? To cause pain or harm.
That's what makes you cool.
That's what makes you cruel or mean-spirited.
Uh-oh.
He's unkind.
Uh-oh.
He's obnoxious
Uh-oh.
and spiteful.
Uh-oh.
Those are people that's mean-spirited. You can't be that way.
You can't win.
You can't be that way, man.
Man.
Spiteful. You do things on spite to start trouble and to ignite and stir up things. Huh? Unkind. Unkind.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Huh? We know what being
You know
kind
what-
is.
you know what the treat-
The way you answered and spoke was not kind. Look, man, you gotta do better, man. What is Shirley? Shirley is what? Bad-tempered and unfriendly. Bad-tempered and unfriendly.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be by yourself.
Yeah.
Huh? Let's read it.
That way.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
A fool will
and a gift-
upbraid church. What verse you at?
18.
Let's read it.
And the gift of the envious consumeth the eyes.
Uh-huh.
Learn before thou speak.
Learn before you speak. Before you talk, know what you're talking about. Don't just voice and talk and talk and you don't have the knowledge of what you're talking about. You don't know what took place. He said, and use physics or ever thou be sick. Physics is taking a laxative or medicinal purposes, which means don't wait till you're sick to go drink the herbs. You drink the herbs to prevent yourself from being sick. You drink the cancer herbs to prevent the cancer from falling, from coming in. You don't wait till you get sick and then drink the herbs. That's what most people do. They wait till they get sick to take care of themselves. They wait till they get sick to change their diet. They gotta get sick for them to change.
Same thing with
It's
the law.
not good.
Live with drama in your life.
Not
Stay
good.
right with God.
And that's a good point. What Chief Malak said. He says the same thing with the law. We wait until drama happens for us to start making changes with our lives. Huh? Why do we wait for drama and things to happen in our life for us to start making changes? Why don't we make changes before the drama comes? Why? Because some people, God got to deal with them that way. Some people, God, in order to ignite that fire in you, in order to jumpstart the good in you, he gotta put you in certain situations. But why do we have to wait for that? Why? Some people are like that. That's why God knows the heart of every man, and he deals with everybody accordingly. Some people, you ain't gotta put them in trouble and do all that to them to start them and push them towards righteousness, because he's different than that person. Everybody's different. Different disposition. Tom Sheep, where verse you at?
Verse 20.
Let's read.
Before judgment, examine thyself.
Before judgment, check yourself out.
Check yourself out.
Before you start judging, you need to check yourself out. Huh? Check yourself out. Because why he said check yourself? And I see that today. The same person that's judging, you the same just like him.
That's right.
Both of y'all are the same.
You can't judge.
Right.
And now you coming at the brother like you have been guilty of the same
You
thing.
want to pronounce?
And now I want to pronounce death.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
True.
You don't see Negroes like that?
Yeah.
I done did the same thing you did, and now I want to hang him.
That's right.
But you don't want to hang yourself.
That's right.
I want to hang him, but I don't want to hang myself.
That's right.
Y'all crazy, man.
Yeah.
Y'all crazy. This is nuts. These are nutty actions, man. These are crazy actions that we have in us that we need to correct before we die.
True.
Listen, we got to start making the corrections now that we are living, so that when the time of death comes for you, when God called for you, you are right and you are correct with God, and you can kick your feet up and go lay up with your forefathers.
I'm confident.
Huh?
Yeah.
Lay up in confidence and that I have accomplished the laws and the commandments of God while I have lived in this life.
That's right.
Now I'm going to lay up with my forefathers and sleep the eternal rest
Yeah.
until God pull the saints up out of the
That's
earth.
the goal.
He said, can these bones live? He said, only thou knowest.
That's right.
He said, sinews. And all these things started to come. He said, this is what? The house of Israel. Let's praise God, man.
Hashem.
This is the house of Israel.
Hashem.
Let's read it.
Before judgment, examine thyself,
Before judgment, check yourself.
Yeah.
and in the day of visitation, thou
Uh-huh.
shalt find mercy.
And when God, oh my
check
Lord,
yourself.
wait. This just blew my mind. Now, in order for God to have mercy on you, when trouble comes to you, you have to check yourself. And when you're checking yourself, you got to acknowledge. Wait, read that verse over, man.
Before judgment, examine
He said,
thyself,
before judgment, check yourself.
and in the day
Because you in other times have done the same likewise.
That's
Go
right.
ahead, read.
and in the day of visitation,
And then when God visits you,
Thou
when
shalt find
trouble,
mercy.
when the day of visitation, when God visits you and you get into trouble,
Thou
God,
shalt
now
find
because you examined yourself, he will have mercy upon you because you checked yourself.
That's right.
That's how you work.
Now you see why God don't have mercy and he real slow and with his mercy, because we have not checked and examined ourselves first
Okay.
to attain the mercy of God.
You examine everybody else.
We want to examine everything else except for self. You know what that is? And when you're examining yourself, you say, well, maybe I should have done this different.
That's right.
There is certain things that we could have done different
Different.
to put a stop to that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
There's certain things that we could have done different to put a stop to what happened.
That's true.
You didn't have
Come
to.
on, man. Come on. Let's read.
That's right. Humble thyself before thou be
Humble
sick.
yourself. What?
Before thou be sick.
Before you be sick.
And in the time of sins, show repentance.
Humble yourself before you're sick. Humble yourself before the wrath of God. Humble yourself before things happens in your life.
Right.
Recognize and humble yourself before God make you sick and put an evil disease upon you to wake you up. Now I want to get right with God after this happened. Well, you should have been did it before God had to do that to you.
Angle you up.
That's right.
Let's read.
Let nothing hinder thee to pay thy vow. in
Let
due
nothing
time.
hold you back from paying your vows. Your vows are your promise. The vows are the things that you don't voice out of your mouth. Don't make nothing hold you back from voicing your vows. What verse you at?
22, middle.
We in Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 22.
Let nothing hinder thee to pay thy vow in due time, and defer not until death to be justified.
Tamshi.
Before thou prayest, prepare thyself.
Before thou prayers, prepare your prayers. I ain't got to prepare no prayers. You know why? Because I say my prayers by the Psalms of David.
That's right.
I don't want to go and face the east and just come up and freestyle prayers and say certain words to anger God.
That's right.
So God can be angry with my voice. Because there's certain words that you use, you don't use you.
No.
You said thou.
That's
You said
right.
you, oh Lord. No. That's not how our forefathers
Address.
addressed God.
See, we got to realize and know and learn. See, the book was put here for an example. Learn how our forefathers addressed the Holy One. Learn how our forefathers addressed God and follow it. Certain words wasn't used to address God. Certain words wasn't used to address God, and you don't want God to be angry at your voice. You don't want God to be angry at your vocals. Huh? Every time he hear your voice, he tight because you keep addressing them and using words that's not accepted.
It's not the way.
That's not accepted. Let's read it. Where we at?
Before thou prayest, prepare thyself,
That's right.
and be not as one that tempt the Lord.
Because what? When you don't prepare yourself in prayer, you're gonna tempt God with your words. You're gonna mess up. Read.
Think upon the wrath that it shall be at the end. And at the time of vengeance, when he shall turn away his face.
He said, think about your end. Think about what's gonna happen to me in the end, so that by me thinking about what's gonna happen to me in the end will trigger changes in my life. We think we in Disney World, man. We think we in Disney World. We on the merry-go-round.
Life is a game.
Huh? We on the roller coaster. Having fun.
Doing what you want.
Enjoying life. Hey, how you doing, man? I'm blessed. Enjoying life. That's it, yeah? Enjoying life, huh? Huh? Enjoying life. Ezra did not enjoy his life. You know why I say he didn't enjoy his life? Because he was stressed with the predicament that Israel was in. He was stressed out, and it grieved him to see the predicament that the nation of Israel was in.
That's true.
Why do you think my pop said, man, I don't want to be here no more, man? He said, look at the particular, look at this, man. Look at the people. Nobody want to serve God. Everybody doing their own things. I don't belong around y'all.
That man was different.
He said, I don't belong around you guys, man. He said, I'm an alien amongst you dudes. And that's the mindset that our forefathers had, man. Let's read it.
When thou hast enough, remember the time of hunger.
When you got enough, remember there was a time when I was in need. So now you're going to deal with what you had with wisdom. So I can make sure that I don't put myself back in need again. Let's read.
And when thou art rich, think upon poverty and need.
When you're rich, think upon when you was in need. That's right. Read.
From the morning until the evening, the time is changed.
Uh-huh.
And all things are soon done before the Lord.
Uh-huh.
A wise man will fear in everything.
A wise man fear God in everything. You're not going to fear him in this situation and then don't fear him here. You're not going to fear him here. You're not going to pick and choose what you want to be afraid of.
That's right.
You cannot pick and choose what you want to be afraid of. We got to fear all of the laws of God. Every one of these laws, commandments, and statutes, we must fear.
Yeah.
Be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to offend your parents. Huh? Be afraid of those things, man. And the child, when you're raising up a child, you teach these children that so that your children will be different from their children. They're not going to look at you and say, come on, Mom.
Come on, Dad.
Come on, Dad. I'm going to look at you. I'm going to almost break. What you say? Come on, Dad. Wow.
He said, come on, bro.
What are you talking about? Next thing your kids call you bro. Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Who you talking to?
That's right. That's right.
Come on, man. That's what the teachings of God and the instilling of the laws and the commandments of God does to your children. They're raised up and they grow up in a certain manner.
That's right.
They're raised up and you raise them up in a certain manner that the children today are not like.
Honorable fashion.
What verse you at?
Verse 27.
Let's read.
A wise man will fear in everything,
Uh-huh.
and in the day of sinning, he will beware of offense.
Come on, man. That's
A
what
wise
makes
man.
you wise. That's why you're wise. A wise man
will
But
fear
what?
in everything.
He's going to be fear. He's going to be afraid. He's going to fear in everything.
And in the day of sinning,
And when he sin against God,
he will beware of offense.
he's going to be aware. He's going to be aware of his offense, which means what?
You ain't got-
What did I do?
He will figure it out.
Bing, I know what I did. I violated, I did this. He's going to start making
Be
corrections.
aware of it.
He's going to start making corrections. He's going to take heed. Take heed means to improve. And when we sin against God, we have to do a law to replace the iniquity that we done did against God. That's the correction that God's looking for. Don't just bow the knee and confess, oh, Lord God, I'm sorry for violating. That's it? That's all you're going to do? So what are you going to do to replace that iniquity that you done did against God? From then forward, because I violated your laws and did this, oh Lord God, I'm going to fast for 3 days. To show you and to prove to you that I'm sorry for what I've done.
Now you know I'm
King
serious.
David kept a guilty conscience. My father grabbed my hand. He said, you know what kept me sparked up for the laws of God? He said, I kept a guilty conscience. I always looked at myself like I was wrong before God. All that, and that kept me in a repentive state. It kept me humble. It kept him humble, and it kept him in a repentive state. Always making corrections with yourself. Let's read.
But a fool will not observe time.
Uh-huh.
Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom, and will give praise unto him that found her.
Uh-huh.
They that were of understanding and sayings became also wise themselves.
Wait, read the what? Read that again.
Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom,
Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom.
and will give praise unto him that found him.
Uh-huh. That's right. Read.
They that were of understanding in sayings became also wise themselves,
Uh-huh.
and poured forth exquisite parables.
Parables. Exquisite parables that can't be special parables, man. Uh-huh. Read.
Go not after thy lusts.
Go not after thy lust. Look, I still got some lust that I gotta correct. And then when you peep it, that is just lust, you need to pull back. So when God said don't go after your lust, then guess what you will begin to do? Certain things I start deleting. Certain things I start deleting. Certain things I ain't gonna watch because then I know I'm gonna start lusting after it. It's gonna trigger the lust that's in me. It's gonna trigger the lust that's in me. So you know what I did too? You know what I had to do? I have Instagram. Instagram has become a porn site. You know what I did? I went through all my contacts. All these big butt women that want to show themselves, delete. Scroll down, delete. Scroll down, delete. I don't want to see that no more because when I see it, it triggers the lust in me. But in order to do that, guess what? You got to be truthful with yourself.
That's right.
Delete, 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 delete. I don't want none of that there because I don't want to see that. I desire it. But I gotta correct myself and I gotta fight it.
Yeah, man.
I'm not saying that it's not in me. It's in me. But that's something that you gotta fight.
That's right.
So it can leave you.
That's right. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, that's me.
Let's read it.
Yeah.
He said, go not after thy lust.
But refrain thyself from thine appetite.
Refrain yourself from thine appetite. Shorty calls the phone. Hey, sexy. Hey, handsome. Hey, what's up, baby? How you doing? Hey, handsome. Hey, what's up, baby? How you doing? What you doing this weekend? I ain't doing nothing. I'm chilling. Can I come over? Refrain yourself from your appetite. Yeah, come on over. Next thing, I can't come over. Forget about it, sis. Forget about it. I'm good.
Change your number after that.
Refrain yourself from your appetite.
Yeah.
You got to hold yourself back and rule your spirit.
Yeah, that's me.
Huh? What's next? If thou givest thy soul,
The desires that please her,
the desires that please her,
she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee.
that malign what?
That malign thee.
That malign thee. What does malign means? Malign means evil in nature. Malign means evil influences and effects. What is an influence? An influence can have an effect on the condition or development of you, of yourself, of nature. It will affect you. And your nature is what? A settled habit. A settled habit.
That's all it
Becomes
is.
your habit. That's all it is.
That's all it
You
is.
start to become accustomed to these
So
things.
it's not nothing
And you
good.
start doing it naturally over and over and over. But these are the things that we got to correct with God to be better with God. But in order to be better with God, like I said before, we got to see our negatives. We got to see and be able to acknowledge what we have in us that is negative in order to make corrections. I want to be right with God. We have to want to be right with God. We have to want to change our ways with God to be better. Let's read it.
Take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied to the expense thereof.
He said, take not much pleasure in much good cheer.
Always laughing. Everything
is a joke.
Everything. It's a serious moment.
You laughing and making a joke about everything.
Yeah.
And this is not a joking matter.
And speaking wisdom and righteousness.
Yesterday, we felt tremors from an earthquake.
That's right.
And niggas is laughing and making jokes.
Yeah.
That's not no joke.
With a light thing.
Right.
That's not a light thing.
God is
We
angry,
need to
man.
correct our ways with God because God is angry with the world. Even me and you.
That's right.
You know why? Because even me and you, we play with God's laws. We are playing with the laws of God.
That's right.
Let's read it. Let's read it.
Take not pleasure in much good cheer,
Uh-huh.
neither be tied to the expense thereof.
Uh-huh.
Be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing.
Wait a minute. He said, be not made a beggar by banqueting on the things that you don't borrow. You borrowed this. You borrowed from him. And now you think you're some big honcho now. How you was able to, huh?
Make yourself a beggar.
That's right. Tom She.
When thou hast nothing in thy purse, but thou shalt lie in wait for thy own life and be talked on.
And with that, I hope everyone has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, God.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher MD. Teach Mikhail from left.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. With all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. With all due respect to Prince Men, chief men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, and visitors, I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Levi.
At this moment, I would ask for everybody to please rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
Which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
of any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth
or
beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
no serve
No
them.
serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God,
For I, the Lord thy God,
am a jealous God,
And the jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children
upon
upon
the
the
children,
children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them
and showing mercy to thousands of them
that love me
that love
and
me,
keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold them guiltless that take his name in vain.
For the
For
Lord will
thou
not hold
hold
them guiltless that
take
take
his
his
name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in them is,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's
Thou
house.
shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's
nor
wife,
his manservant,
nor his
nor
manservant,
his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
Okay, we gotta go straight to the meat now, straight to the main course. We're going to back to the Apocrypha, to the prayer of Manasseh.
Okay.
My father was sick. He had a heart attack. He was in a hospital, close to dying. And he had a prayer book, a Psalms prayer book. And in the back of that book, all the way in the back, you got a blank sheet of paper, and the back cover of the book is blank. There's nothing on it. He wrote a prayer to God, because he figured this is time he was going to die. I don't remember everything that he said in there, but what we're about to read, this is how I know. This is where my father got it from. He looked at these people and said, "Okay, so this is how you get close to God. This is how you please him. Oh, when they do that, God don't like when they do that. I'm not doing that. That's all. We're not supposed to follow the people round about us, but there are a people we are supposed to follow, and that's the ones we read about. They're the examples of what to do, what not to do. Y'all know what that means, right? So, yo, let me get that way. So, no. This here is for the floor. This is for the floor show. So you can see what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to look like. I can't sell you this one, this model here. This model is for show. This here is to show you. It didn't have to be written down, and we didn't have to know this. Right or wrong?
Right.
But they wrote these things down. They wrote the songs. They wrote the proverbs. They wrote these things. For who? For the ones who's going to come up after them. For the generations after. Because Solomon knew we wasn't going to be in that land too long. That's why he made that prayer of dedication. All right? When he dedicated the altar to God. Okay? He asked God if his people are in their enemy's land, far away in your enemy's land. If they pray towards this place, then hear thy word. That was the setup. That's like you point the antenna towards where you want to send the signal. That's what he did. And God approved it. So we have to follow these people and stop following those people.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Say what they say. Use their proverbs.
That's right.
Use their sayings.
That's right. That's
Certain things you hear on TV, on the radio, and songs. I watch. I get to see where your head is at with this, with your reaction to what you see and what you hear.
That's right.
You can't follow everything. Just remember, your natural instinct in you is to be evil, because you got evil in you. So it's going to always rear its head. Okay? He followed this man named Manasseh. And I'm going to tell you about Manasseh real quick before we get into this. All right? He was a king in Judah. All right? Hezekiah, King Hezekiah. Y'all heard that name before, right?
Yeah.
He had a son named Manasseh. This is his son. Good king. Hezekiah was a good king before the Lord.
Yeah.
He's the same one that got sick and was about to die. And he turned around in his bed and faced the wall and asked God, haven't I performed all thy commandments? And God turned the style of the sun back 15 degrees and added 15 years to his life. This guy was righteous before God. He had a son. The son was not righteous before God. Manasseh wasn't right at first. Everything that you read what those kings did that was against God, he surpassed those guys. He did worse than all of them. It even mentions that he did worse than Ahab. And Ahab was responsible for allowing Baal worship to come in late in the game. They already had the calf. Remember that calf at Mount Sinai that they made? They made two more later on in history. Jeroboam made two. One at the end and one at the other end. One at Dan, one at Beersheba. If you're too far from one, you could get to the other one. And instead of going to Jerusalem, this is where they went.
Right.
So that same calf that they made at the foot of Mount Sinai was being sacrificed to and worshipped from the time Jeroboam was king all the way down to Hezekiah. Hezekiah, not when he took over, he went throughout all of Israel, outside of his jurisdiction, where the other kings used to be, and he cleaned them up because you got heathens living out there now. They took the Israelites out to never come back. Only Judah is in there. The rest of Israel got people called Samaritans, Europeans, right? Persians, Babylonians, Syrians, okay, Palestinians. All these type of people got moved into where Israel was at. But Hezekiah was still king over the whole land. So after he finished cleaning up in Jerusalem, he went out there amongst those people and cleaned up out there and got rid of the calf worship and got rid of this, got rid of the serpent that God told Moses to make so that when the people look at it, they will be healed. The people kept it and later on called it Nehushtan, gave it a name. The people gave it a name. God didn't give it a name. And now today, people use that same sign as the logo for medicine, for medics, for a doctor. Yeah. That staff is a scepter with a snake going around it. Sometimes you see two snakes. That God, look, the significance of it, we leave that alone. It was God made that, told him to make that, so when the people see it, they will be healed. I can't explain that. I'm not going to try to explain that.
It's not the question.
That is beyond my comprehension. Okay? All I know is it's not the question why, it's to do or die.
Yeah.
So all I know is he made that and he said, this is that was the purpose for them to look on it. Now they healed, right? It wasn't destroyed though. But this was something God told him to make. Okay? It was put up. Later on, the people got to it, and they start worshiping it, and then they gave it a name. All the way down, all while David alive, all while Samuel alive, all throughout Judges, all throughout the book of Ruth, all these hundreds of years, you got people worshiping that. Until Hezekiah came and he got rid of it. That's when we found out the people were still worshiping it up until that day. Now his son came, Manasseh, and he surpassed Ahab. Every idol, every host, everything that you see in the heavens, he made an altar for.
Yeah.
Okay? Every deity of this people, of the Canaanites, he made a deity for them, made a deity. The Hivites, these guys, then he went to the Syrians, then he went back to the Egyptians. Everybody say he followed all the gods of the people that were round about him. Okay?
Right.
He served all deities. And then Babylon came. Babylon came. Okay? Grabbed them up.
Run it down. Run it
Okay?
down.
Grabbed them up now and took them to a place called Hamat. There's two places, Hamat and Riblah. These are, you see when they get, you see when the Gulf War or the war, the Taliban and all that was going on, whoever the Americans catch, they took them to Guantanamo Bay. You don't want to go to Guantanamo Bay. This is where people, this is not just a regular prison. They were torturing these guys. Okay? This is where you go to get tortured and get in prison until you die. And that's where they took Manasseh. Okay? They took him out thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to Babylon, to a place called Riblah, it's a prison city. It's like, all right, you see the island, Rikers Island? That's a prison city. Rikers Island, that whole island is a prison city. Okay? So this city was built for higher ups, kings, presidents, certain politicians. They only go to certain jails. That's where this guy is at. And he get tortured there until you die. You're not going back. Now that the tone is set, you know what's going on with this man. All right? Now we're going to read his prayer. After all of this, after all the turning on God, doing this, doing that, doing this, boom, now he's getting punished. Now he's in a state where you don't come back from. Kings don't come back from this.
That's right. That's a fact.
This is not a,
well,
look, he got 10. How much he got? He got 10 years. He didn't get 10 years. This is life. It's automatic back then. When they lock you down, put you in a dungeon, it's automatic life.
Run it down.
It's not now. There's no lawyer. Okay?
Run it down.
There's no judge because you got a king. The king is the judge. He's the judge, the jury, and the execution. I'm letting y'all know how things was back then. Okay?
That's right. Hold on.
Tamshi, prayer of Manasseh, the king of Judah.
We're in Apocrypha, the prayer of Manasseh, king of Judah, when he was holding captive in Babylon.
Yeah, you see, and if you read the Psalms, sometimes the heading will tell you what was going on with David
During this time.
when he made this certain song.
That's right.
It said, man, when he was running from Saul and they came out Adullam, he made this.
That's right.
So I would say, yo, you see the situation he was in? You in a situation like this?
Say this
You
song.
running, and he hiding? You say
Say
this.
that song.
You say that same prayer David said. Goes right back to Hezekiah and another brother, Josiah. When they got everything back in together, they didn't come up with their own prayer. They said, they praised God, okay, with the Psalms of David. Another part say, with the words of David. So everything is set up for you. There is nothing new. There is nothing new from this.
That's right.
It'll be new when you realize, oh, okay, now I know, right? But this is old. This is of old. This has been set up. There's nothing to add to it. There's nothing to take away from it. The setup is there already. All we got to do is follow and do. and stay that way until you die.
That's it.
I'm not gonna get all crazy and professory on you. All we gotta do is read, follow, and do. But what we do, we read other things, we watch other things, and we follow and we do. And you do it with no explanations, no questions, no studying, no nothing. Why you can't do it like this here?
Yeah.
Why you can't do it like this here?
Yeah.
Now, you gotta ask yourself, why am I so easily over here? And I can't, and you gotta ask yourself, why I can't take to this? Ask yourself that question. The rest will come. That's how you be circumspect with yourself. What you would ask that man, ask yourself. We look at you, look, I look at everybody else's faults. I can deter where you went wrong at, but then I can't see where I went wrong at. And when you try to tell me where I went wrong at, I tell you, what did it say? By using uncomfortable words. I'm gonna tell you something about uncomfortable words. Not everybody react to the same with uncomfortable words. I'm a type of person, and my temperament, right? Watch what you say to me. I'm gonna watch what I say to you. It's a two-way thing.
That's right.
It ain't a one-way thing.
That's right.
All right, my pride ain't that high that I want it all just of me and I don't give none. You gotta give me some. I'm gonna show you. I give it up to you, but you gotta show me the same thing.
That's
Same
right.
thing, same thing, same thing.
That's right.
Or else I'm gonna feel like I'm being played.
That's right.
And God did not make these rules and these laws for us to be feeling like we're getting played. Nobody plays us. Nobody plays a servant of God. Nobody plays a person who's striving for righteousness. And when a person is striving for righteousness, he's very serious about a lot of things. Okay? It's not a laughing matter. Certain things he's not going to laugh at. Because maybe this is where he was messing up at, and now he got it right. So he can't laugh. It's serious. Because if he laughs, he may slip up and go back. It's easy to go back.
Very easy.
Abraham ain't go back. That's why God said, look at him.
Follow him.
He ain't sin. Read.
O Lord, Almighty God of our fathers.
First, you address the Lord God Almighty, your creator, the creator of all life. I told you earlier, he created sight, sound.
That's right.
You have to create sound, which you ain't going to hear nothing.
That's right.
He's not going to make something on your body that has no purpose.
That's right.
Look, God ain't going to tell you how everything goes. You not, this brain is only for what he give you. That's it. That our minds can go and transcend and elevate to the highest degree of keeping his commandments, judgments, statutes, ordinances, laws. There's no limit. But when you put your brain to anything else, there is a limit. There is a limit. So your time got to be here and be more serious with yourself. Think of, I told you a couple of weeks ago, 20 years ago, I didn't think about my death the way I do now. As you get older, you will, if you're paying attention and you're taking heed, you're going to see. Nobody got to tell you nothing. And then you take it to your sister. Oh, wow. Look, it's gone. Now you start thinking, your turn is coming. That's why I say it's better for you to stay in the house of mourning than to be over there at the party. Party, party. And then you die. And when you die, it's not going to be hee, ha, 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 where you going. Do you really think so? You think this is done for naught? You think those people, I said, Moses died for nothing? Moses died, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob died doing these commandments, gave up their life for these commandments. Dudes was going to kill them. And they say, yo, do what you got to do, man, because I'm not turning.
Mhm.
All types of examples in here. They did not die for nothing.
That's right. That's right.
And I don't look at them like no chumps. So anything, I can't be any less
That's right.
and expect the same results, or at least have. Gotta get off on high horse.
Mhm.
Get off your high horse. Israel is just a name. The heritage has been taken with it. The heritage got snatched.
Mhm.
The law, the sacrifices, the tabernacle. After a while, no more priests. After a while, no more king. We had one governor, now he gone.
The governor's gone.
The governor gone.
Everybody go.
Daz, where
Tear
you at,
Shata,
man?
we need to tear. At least bring the Tear Shata back.
Daz, where
We need
you at,
somebody, man.
Where our governor at?
Next 2 weeks. Next 2 weeks.
Yo, listen. Certain titles require a certain duty.
Require certain duty. That's right.
That's all I'm saying. If you look and honor the title that you've been given, you're gonna act accordingly.
Yeah.
And certain duties got to be done, and you're gonna make sure it's done. You're gonna make sure that people do it. You're gonna make sure you're gonna say something. You got to talk.
That's right.
You got to say something because you're in charge.
That's right.
So you can't be partial. I cannot take sides. If you're wrong, you are wrong.
That's right.
I cannot take sides. If I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it. Don't call me the witness and I didn't hear it. Don't call me the witness and I didn't see it. Don't get mad at me if I said I wasn't paying attention. Sometimes I could be sitting right here. You're sitting here, and what's going on in here blocks what's going on out here.
That's right.
So I didn't hear you calling me. Or I wasn't paying attention to what was going on here. They said, "Mick, you sitting right there. You didn't know I did not see. My mind was on me. My mind was on Chief Shama teaching earlier. My mind was what I just finished teaching. My mind is on keeping myself straight during the week.
Brainstorming.
That's right.
That's where my mind at. And I had to see how we can it look like we mad. Let me tell you something. That's the only way you're gonna boost yourself. That's the only way you're gonna boost yourself. You gotta get hyped for this. Because we don't delight in it.
Excited.
If we delighted in it, I wouldn't have to get this way.
And not only on the Shabbat.
All around the clock. We're supposed to have this spirit on us
24/7.
tonight, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. Now you ain't gonna forget the Shabbat because you're supposed to remember the Shabbat during the week. You don't wait till the Shabbat comes and say, "Oh, it's the Shabbat." No, it's for tonight. You start remembering certain things to adjust for Shabbat for next week.
Right.
This is the mindset you gotta have. All right, and it takes a lifetime, dedication and training, trial and error and experience.
That's right.
Time sheet.
O Lord, Almighty God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of their righteous seed,
And of their righteous seed.
who has made heaven and earth with all the ornaments thereof.
All right, we leave it right there. God made heaven and earth. God made everything. Every religion, every faction, because this is not a religion, this is the way of life.
Way of life that God
Everything
prescribed,
outside of this is a religion.
that God prescribed for man.
God prescribed this. This is the
Right.
way we've been living if they didn't eat
Right.
of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
That's right.
Is
We've
the
been
life.
moving like this
That's
naturally.
right.
Yes.
Now,
is
look,
the
look,
life.
some of these laws you wouldn't have to worry about because
Huh?
it ain't sin. A lot of things happen because of sin. So when it does
This
happen,
is
you
the
have
life.
to do this. So this is the way of life.
That's right.
God is the God and the only God. He is not a God.
That's
Watch
right.
your words. He is not a God. He is the God. It can only be one God. We really know what the word means. It can only be one.
That's it.
Nobody else.
Nobody else.
Nobody else.
Not yet. Nobody.
That's right.
Y'all don't know what God means.
That's right.
That's why you do presumptuous stuff.
That's why you think it's 2 and 3.
You
That's why you think it's 4
Yeah,
and
look,
5.
the way he operated back then, you don't think he operate now.
Okay.
I hear people say, well, God knows what's in my heart, but you don't, you stop doing this. You right, know what's in your heart. It ain't nothing right. That's why you stop doing it.
I don't get why people do that, man.
That's
you don't know me.
no,
God know my heart.
that's Deuteronomy 28.
Your heart is wicked.
That's Miss Sugar.
You bum.
God, no matter what, even if I don't come to Shabbat, the Most High is here.
It's so congregate.
Did God say, you know, well, if you feel like not doing my laws, just keep me in your heart.
That's
Like
Jake.
how people keep Jake in their heart.
That's Jake talk.
Crazy.
That's a Christian.
That's Jake talk.
The mind
Christian talk.
that mindset.
That's right.
That's the mind frame of
Okay.
a Christian.
That's that
Okay.
nigga on the
Crazy.
cross.
Okay, watch yourself. I don't want to have nobody's supposed to be looking for no eclipse of the moon, no eclipse of the sun. It just popped in my head. Leave that stuff alone.
Okay.
When you look up, you are driven to worship.
Okay.
It's called
You
sun
gonna be
worship, man.
worshiping the sun
That's right.
and the moon
They're gonna have
at
the
the
world.
same
They're gonna have the
time.
world doing that. Man. Come on.
Everybody's gearing up for it. I see it. They got people that got special glasses. Because look, let me tell you something.
Don't look up.
Let me tell you something. If you look up with your bare eyes, you could go blind. It could mess your eyes up. They got a thing, glasses that they're selling so that you can gaze at it and the radiation don't mess it up.
The world
Okay.
can't do moon
The
sun
whole
worship.
world and see the eclipse of the sun and moon. When you do that, you are worshiping the sun and the moon at the same time because one is in front of the other.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief Mikael,
Man,
when you sun gaze, what you do?
the sun worshiping.
No,
Worship
you
is the
worship. And what's the way to sun gaze is staring up at the sun.
And monitoring.
You stare up at the sun.
It said, don't look in the heavens and be dismayed by it.
The world.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
Don't be
That's it.
amazed by what you see up there
That's it.
because you should be amazed that God made it.
That's it.
When you look, you say, oh, wow, you know what? God is great. Look at this thing he made and leave it at that. We don't wish upon a star.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about.
That's yeah. You can say, oh, a shooting star. Not too much out here because we in the city. When you live in the city, there's fog, smog, all types of stuff. When you in the country, you start going upstate, or you down south or out west, right? The sky is more clearer at night when you're mountains, okay? Or you're out there. The stars, you see stars. You really see it clearer than you see here. And you see stuff shooting. That's a shooting star. That's what they call it. That's what they call it. I don't know what it is. Because I know God took the stars and placed them. They don't go shooting all over the place. We got to stick to what it said. God set them there.
Yeah.
People call it shooting stars. There are things up there that are not to be explained. There's energies and energies up there that's not the same as energies here.
I don't hear it.
Okay? All right?
I don't hear it.
So leave up there alone.
Niggas gonna be moon worshiping and sun worshiping.
Up there alone.
Be surprised.
Okay? Leave that eclipse
Be
alone.
surprised. I mean, Israelites gonna be doing that.
We're gonna be look.
Be surprised.
And I heard people,
Surprised. That's why
and you
I
know
don't hear
what?
nothing. I don't hear nothing.
Witches and warlocks worship on eclipses. Y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yo, eclipses. You hear me? The eclipse. People worship that.
That's what they finna
It's
do in a couple
witches
years.
and warlocks all in London. Look, when that go down, they burning oxes and goats.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Y'all be surprised, man. The real worship of the holidays, of these events, okay? Y'all would be surprised. It's ugly and it's abominable. Some things I can't explain now. Look, man, those rappers, big time rappers, stop looking up to them. Yeah. Stop going by what they say, man. You admire them, and you're only supposed to admire God.
That's it.
Those are your idols. That's your American idol. Idol ain't always. He said, yo, okay. He said, look, I got a dragon right there, Daniel. He said, you say that statue there was lifeless. It don't have no life. That dragon there got life. It eats and it breathes fire. He said, now tell me that ain't God. He said, I'm going to show you it ain't God. Look, long story short, he killed that dragon with fat.
That's right.
Fat from the meat. He took that and he stuffed it all up with his nose and his mouth and he killed that dragon. You cannot kill God. You can't chase God. You can't hang him up on nothing. Okay? God ain't hiding from you because you can't even see him. He's not running from you because he ain't got to.
Don't run, don't trip.
Don't run.
How about that one? If nobody can question him, let alone you see him, here you go, God. No. When the dreaded one appear, however he appear, everything falls, bends, and run off. Cower. Get down. You don't even look in his face. You might offend him. It's the God that you're supposed to be serving. You gotta recognize him. I don't recognize him, man. That's why you're not listening. Yo, when you read that law, it's as if he's talking to a person. When you read laws of religions and the laws of the city, the lawyers, it says when a person, it speaks in general. This here is speaking to you. He said, when thou, he said, thou, thy son, thy manservant, your house, he's talking to you because you run the house.
Right.
So he's talking personally to you.
Right.
It's the only laws and rules that I've ever read that is personally talking to you. He says, when you do this, this gonna happen. When your wife, when this, do not bring this into your house. He's speaking directly to you. You don't take it that way. Tom sheet.
Who has bound the sea by the word of thy commandments?
No tsunami going down unless God allow it. So when the tsunami happens, God did it.
What did it say? The water
Okay.
saw thee, O Lord.
It said the water saw thee and did what?
And backed
And
up.
backed up.
Afraid.
And was afraid.
Okay.
Started back
Okay.
screaming.
It doesn't have to be an earthquake to cause a tsunami. It doesn't have to be a tremor to cause a tsunami.
Presence
His
of
word
God.
alone, his word alone is keeping it from overgoing. We below sea level, right? We're below sea level. If God moved his commandment and the waters spread out their legs and really spread out, this world is covered in water.
I've always said that. I've always said that. What happens, God shows his presence.
That's right.
I'm talking about in these times.
That's right.
Yeah.
So now, it rained last night. Somewhere, some, it always gets flooded. Y'all don't watch news? Somewhere always gets flooded. Just think about that. Think about that. Nothing is supposed to get flooded when it rains.
That's right.
God's intent is to destroy every rainfall, every snowfall. It causes damage. Okay, and we live in amongst it. Ain't nobody controlling the weather.
Yeah.
They are not controlling the weather. They did not get means to control the weather. Okay? They mess with it. Like scientists do. Scientists take lab rats and put them in the bag and they poke and try to figure out. That's what they're trying to do. God is controlling this weather. When the weather is off, because God said it should be off. His word. He said, who has bound the sea by the word of thy commandment.
Who has shut up the deep and sealed it by thy terrible and glorious
The
name?
deep, which is below the ocean floor. I'm in the Apocrypha, the prayer of Manasseh. You got God, what they call geysers, deep hole, way down under the ground, under the earth, under the ocean. And God got them closed up. The last time they was open was when he flooded the earth. He said he opened up the deep. The deep is the abyss. It's down there. Okay? Yes. He opened, we know that he opened up the windows of heaven, and also he opened up the deep.
So it came out.
So it can't, that's my point.
And closed.
While the rain is coming downpouring, the deep is opening, and the ocean is rising to where it's over the highest mountain. And then Noah had to wait 2 months.
Yeah, they stayed in that ark for months.
Whom all
So
men
that's just the deep that he's talking about right now. The same deep that's down there in the motions. He got them closed up. You ever heard of Yellowstone National Park?
Yeah.
They got hot springs, geysers. They got one called Old Faithful. Let me tell you something. It's more than boiling water. It's hotter than boiling water.
Yeah.
Man, that thing shoot up higher than this building. High. And the water, amount of water that shoots up is big amount of water. It shoots up for a long time.
Yeah.
And you got to be at a distance from there because if you're close, you will die.
Right.
Okay? They got hot in certain parts of the earth, and in that area, they have natural volcanoes under the plant, under the ground.
Uh-huh.
Imagine a volcano under.
Okay.
That's why the water's just coming up so hot.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's true.
What if God say I'm gonna turn the heat up there? And that's like in the middle of this country. It's the hottest part of this country. And this country got a lot of plates, got a lot of divided places. No. This was a wilderness. All right?
Yeah.
The east is where life is at. The east is where we came from. We didn't go to climb places like this where it gets severely cold and then get severely hot.
Cold hot.
God didn't put us there. He did all of this. Is not natural.
It's not natural. It's not
There is no such thing as natural disaster.
No.
Nope.
God is angry.
God said, when the whirlwind is coming, I am in the whirlwind.
Right.
The whirlwind is the tornado or cyclone. God said he's in it. Now guess what? I don't see 4, 5 tornadoes moving at the same time. God say he in them.
Right.
I'm not trying to explain that. But if God say he in them, he's in each one of them.
That's right.
This is something that only a God could do. You understand that now? It's only something a God could do. Tell she.
Not the other God.
Whom all men fear and tremble before thy power. But
They don't
imagine
fear God, but they fear his power. Because I bet you, look. Some people were scared yesterday that don't know God.
That don't know.
They were scared.
That's true.
Lady said, "Oh man, I was so scared."
Yeah.
You see it in her face. When God came down in the cloud on top of the tabernacle, because the people was about to kill Moses and Aaron.
Everything
What the people
stopped.
did,
everything stopped and ran to the
what they did,
ran to
they
the
ran.
tent, went to the entrance of the tent.
That mob,
That's right.
no man. He said, "No, don't kill him." He said, "Move, Joshua." Nay, but we're gonna stone Moses and Aaron. It's their fault. God came. When God came, the people flee. Because what? The power.
Yes.
When that earthquake went down, you feel strange.
That's
It's
right.
the second time I went
That's
there.
right.
The first time I felt that strangeness.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a big giant train is underground. Sound like something, a big creature's down there yawning or moaning.
Man.
It's scary.
Man.
These are the things that should instill for you to serve God.
Brother,
Okay.
Scary.
And you know why you feel, you know why? You were made from the dust of this planet. There's a link. What we were supposed to eat come from the ground.
Yeah.
There's a link.
Yeah.
God made this for us to live on. So it's a link. So when God disrupted, he disrupted the link. And that's why you felt weird,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Disorientated,
Yeah.
confused,
Yeah.
right? First thing in that situation, you want to look for what? Succor or shelter, somewhere to run. But in this situation, there's nowhere to go.
Okay.
Nowhere run to, baby.
That type of scenario, just thinking about it, should make a person want to do better by God. It's not gunshot.
Right.
It's not car accident. This is personal. This is real personal.
That's right.
I'm doing, you know what? You know, we do things by proxy. God do things by proxy. Make this happen, this happen, this happen. This city here, rain down on them. This one here, break it up. This one over here, mudslide in Tijuana. Over here, over there, it's gonna go down because the whole world, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Okay, so we have to be correct with God because it's gonna go down wherever we at.
No matter. It said, my right hand shall not spare the sins.
And that's the whole world.
That's the whole world.
Okay. Okay. Time sheet.
That's right.
For the majesty of thy glory cannot be borne.
The majesty
Of thy
of thy
glory
glory
cannot be borne.
Look, you're too much for me to behold. Your power is too much for me to comprehend. I can't explain everything.
Yeah.
You're marvelous and you're grandiose soul. It's overwhelming. That's what that means. It'll overwhelm you. You get too near to him. What happened to Moses? Moses was face to face talking to him. It was for so long, the man's face was shining. And he didn't eat nothing.
Yeah.
And he didn't drink nothing.
Nothing.
You would think nah,
No.
he's close to the generator of all generators.
Okay.
He's close to the source.
Where electricity come from? Where gas come from?
The source.
Where our fuel come from?
The source.
God. God made all of that.
He is the source.
Okay? Time sheet. I love praising my God. I love praising my King. It boosts me. Makes me one big giant goose pimple. I get so sensitive about it. And I like this. I'm starting to like it more and more and more, and I'm getting greedy. That's how we're supposed to get.
That's right.
Push yourself. Talk to yourself when you're by yourself. You're not crazy. God said, talk to yourself. God said, be circumspect with yourself. God said, examine yourself. You got to talk to yourself. People, wicked people make up anything they make up and say, any sayings, right? It's against God when you go by it. People say, if you can't beat them, join them.
Uh-oh.
That's a saying in the world, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a good one.
No, it's not.
That means be a quitter.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be a quitter.
I ain't no quitter, man. I ain't quitting nothing else. Why should I quit with this? Are you a quitter? Are you a loser? Because
No.
if you can't get right before God, you're a loser. Time sheet.
And thine angry threatening towards sinners is importable.
Now, he said his angry threatening
Towards
towards
sinners.
sinners. Now, there's sinners on the planet, right? And he gets angry with them. And his the threats, the things he do to these sinners is importable. Like I import things. Meaning, from all the way up there, high and lofty, where he sit on his throne, his anger, once he get angry, stuff happen, and it shoot down here to the sinners. Automatically, he doesn't say nothing. That's what that means. That's how powerful he is.
Yeah.
His will, his emotion. He's mad at the sinners. Now things are going to work against the sinners naturally. Time sheet.
And thine angry threatening towards sinners is importable. But thy merciful promise is unsearchable and is unmeasurable and unsearchable.
His mercies, you can't count. His mercy, you can't count the mercies he gave you.
Uh-huh.
Let her learn, like, what God packing cannot be measured. It can't be defined.
That's right.
But, and you can't find it.
Mm-hmm.
There's nowhere where God stores his power. Or, hey, man, if you destroy this trinket, none of that.
To him belong his strength and dominion.
Okay? Time sheet.
For thou art the most high.
The Most High.
For thou art the most high, Lord of great compassion.
Nobody has more compassion than God. That's why he teaches it. For us to have compassion with each other, not my enemies,
No.
with each other.
That's right.
When it say a soft answer turn away wrath, I give my brother in here, my sisters, my people, a soft answer, even if I don't feel like it, even if I don't feel like it deserve it. I will give the soft answer. I ain't giving no soft answer out there. How I move out there is because I know what I'm dealing with out there. My face is hard. Remember when he said, they told Jeremiah, don't mind their faces, they're hard. He said, I'm gonna make your face hard like flint.
Right.
I make my face hard like flint on purpose out there. When people say, what? Smile. I said, I am smiling. That's my smile. You know why? They can stay in their place. So they stay in their place. That's why I do and I move and I act the way I act. So everybody can stay in their place. I don't want to have to put you in your place or just step out the way and let you keep misbehaving. And look. The heathen will put you in a place. God will put the heathen on. I'm not gonna get my buttons pushed from God over you.
That's right.
But you gotta watch yourself.
You try
So-
off like that.
I don't play with them out there. I give a soft shoulder in here. Don't take advantage of it. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Or we not brothers. What's up? Or we not sisters. Or we not cousins. We not family.
That's right.
Let's be more lenient with each other. Let's be more considerable with each other, more conscious with each other. I implore, please.
Yeah.
These laws was made for us, for me and you, how to me and you.
For real now?
Most of it is how I'm dealing with you. We got the ones with God down pat.
That's right.
Really? The ones dealing with me and you, I ain't got down pat, and you ain't got down pat. We act up when we get mad at each other. I could get mad at you and still hold my composure.
That's right.
I ain't gotta call you out your name.
No.
And the heathen ain't gotta know about it.
That's right.
The neighbor next door and downstairs ain't gotta know about it.
Right.
You keep our shame to us. Whatever is going on, we keep it here.
That's right.
Saul said, yo, man, not in front of the people, man. Sit down and eat with me in front of the people. Because, look, when the heads and everything, and yo, the ones that's not heads, the little people, they're watching. And they're going to make an assessment. And we are teaching them the wrong thing. They're going to get the wrong idea and message.
Man, control your feelings, man. Feelings.
So,
First of all,
Of a woman.
great compassion, long suffering. You know what long suffering means?
Nothing like the most of
Look,
nothing.
look, man.
Good.
You Ben was supposed to get hit up. You Ben was supposed to get hit up. Look. Something about you, you being long suffering. That's just God. He's just like that. He pick and choose. He's like that. You got more than one kid. You gonna see what I'm talking about. Look. Forget the kids. You got 5 puppies. You're gonna be able to determine which one is the best and which one is the worst, or if they're all the same. By what? By their actions. Puppies don't talk. Just by actions. Picking up, I said, yo, no, give me that one. That one is the most attentive one. Okay? He's on guard. Everybody else is eating greedy. Not even paying attention. Not that one. He like this. He eating, but he watching. Give me that one. He's aware of himself. That's what God wants. Us to be aware of ourselves, our feelings, our thoughts, and our doings, and our treatment, and our behavior.
Yeah,
That's
not, yeah, not the other one. You.
Right. Not this.
Yeah.
One person said, man, every time you do this, you're really pointing back at yourself.
That's right. I always say that.
That's why they say it's not good. They say, oh, that guy over there said it's not good to point the finger.
Okay.
Because this is an accuser.
That's right.
People use this to accuse and bring up charges. People died by this finger.
Right. That's right.
They didn't have to do this, the gun thing. This right here. I said, man, who been messing with you? That man, whoever he pointed at? Look, in court. Do you see that man in court today? Yes, sir. He's right there. He said, point to that man. He points to him.
Okay.
That's an accusing. This is an accuser. Okay?
True.
So you got to watch who you accuse. You can't accuse people without proof, right? But if you really, sometimes it's true, but you can't prove it. Right or wrong?
Right.
Because wicked is slick now. Wicked is slick. Wicked people is slick. Wickedness is slick. So what you got to do? Back up. Don't say nothing. Don't blow the alarm.
Okay.
Because he's gonna blow himself.
Yeah.
So I said, let him talk. So a
Yeah.
lot of times the people be going in there, I'm like, let him talk. He gonna say something and he gonna wind up contradicting himself.
Yeah.
Or he gonna say
What
something,
happened?
he gonna wind up saying what I was gonna say. And say, yeah, that's what I was waiting for you to say.
happened?
That and I got him. Let him talk.
That's right.
Most of the guys that do this, I don't been in places where the guy that do most of the guy, he ain't around too long. The guy that do all of this, nobody like him. The guy that do this and do this and do this, there's 5 guys over here. Now there's only 1 guy, and the 1 guy that's there, he can't wait to get away from this guy because you do this and this and this and this, and it don't be nothing good coming out your mouth.
Yeah.
You're worse than women, man.
Yeah.
We have been worse with our mouth, or what come out our mouth, and how we talk about each other. All right. How we this can't talking about this can't this with all of that. Men, the husband talking about his wife.
Like it's different groups. All these camps talking about each other, going at each other.
As soon as you get me upset, I go complaining to somebody else.
With one group.
Look, husband and wife. Ain't nobody to complain to. Y'all gotta work that out.
That's true.
If everybody is in their right mode and their
Right role.
in their roles, then there won't be a problem. Somebody is out of line and out of order and don't want to get back in.
And it needs to be correct.
Certain things we didn't need therapists. We didn't need psychiatrists. We didn't need marriage counselors. We didn't need medication. Yeah. Oh man, bipolar. They wasn't bipolar. Where did this stuff come from? Sin. Tongue sheet.
For thou art the most high, Lord, of great compassion, long suffering, very merciful,
Very merciful.
and repentance of the evil of men.
Give them a chance, man. That's why sometimes when a person say, yo, man, chill, give him a chance. Give him a chance. Now he mess up now, that person ain't gonna come say give him a chance no more.
God gave you a chance.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Give him a chance.
Right.
He said we beg of mercy from God and we don't give no mercy.
God gave you a
He
chance.
said you charge this one with cursing
Yeah.
and thou has also cursed.
Right.
Not saying you can't do nothing about this because you did it, but you have to engage how certain things, because man, you just finished doing it and nothing happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact,
Right.
what's going on with him ain't happening to you. You got away with it. God don't care about too much. You that got it right. When this guy get banged or something don't work all right, he's on him.
Mm-hmm.
God is on him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You must be wicked. You
No, it don't work like that.
You got stabbed
Wicked
up.
people say that.
You got
Wicked
stabbed
people
up.
say that.
You're wicked.
Wicked people say that. Because I just read that the righteous recognizes God's judgment.
That's right.
Oh man. That's why. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Talking
The
about.
same way you recognize when you get a beating from your father and mother, or when they rebuke you. If you don't recognize, that means you don't agree and you don't deserve to be beaten or spoken to. It's the same thing with God. You got to recognize that. When they see you recognize that, you get mercy.
That's right.
You get it. You get it.
Chastisement is mercy.
Listen, it's man, but this guy did it. Yo, you know what? This guy's easy. I talk to this guy easy with me. I talk to you, you're not easy. So I'm gonna be quick to jump on you for every little thing. As a parent, that's how we are. I say, no. Yeah. All right, good. This guy, listen. And he does certain things on his own. This guy don't do. When this guy get mad, stuff change. His duty change. He don't do what he's supposed to be doing. When this guy get mad, he still come and do what he's supposed to do. You got to look at these things and see yourself and where you at. Your emotions is controlling you.
Yeah, talking about
You are not in control.
emotional damage.
Time sheet.
Oh Lord, Thou, O Lord, according to thy great goodness, hast promised repentance
You promised
and forgiveness to them
repentance.
that have sinned against thee.
God has promised. That's why you don't die right away.
Give you a chance to repent and correct yourself.
You don't.
That's right.
He keep you ease. He said because it's great. He wouldn't have great goodness if he didn't do that.
That's right.
Great goodness. He promised.
You got time
repentance.
as long as you're alive.
So you got the time to do
come
it.
back to God.
You have all the time in the world to repent. He said, look how he humbled himself.
You got
before.
time.
That's what Ahab did.
To
Ahab
return.
realized, right or wrong.
That's right.
He said, oh man, you know what? David said, I have sinned. He didn't say, no, but he said, I know, but no explanation. And when you're trying to give an explanation, they say, no, I want to hear it. Keep quiet. When you're wrong, it's best to be quiet. Stop talking like you're right.
Because
Stop
you're not
pushing your
right.
chest out when you're wrong. You're wrong in the situation. And you'll be what they call it, wrong and strong. You can't be that way. Tongue sheet.
And of thine infinite mercies has appointed repentance
Infinite
unto sinners.
means no
Forever.
ending.
No ending.
Forever. Eternity. Okay? He said, and of thine infinite mercies, thou hast appointed repentance
To sinners,
unto sinners.
that they may be saved.
Saved from what?
That they may be saved.
I want to know what
What are you being
going
saved
to
for?
happen if they don't get saved.
If we die in our sins, what's going to happen? What's going to take place? Huh?
Because the only time you can repent is while you're alive.
That's it.
That's how I know. And after you die, there is a destruction waiting for a
That's
sinner.
right.
That's
That's
right.
what this tells me.
That's right.
You don't have to believe it,
That's right.
but I believe what I read.
That's right.
I know I know what man has changed. I know what couple of words, man. I know all of that. I'm very versed. I went to school. Reading scores is very high. Comprehension is very high. That has a lot to do with when you open up this book and read. The better reading skill and comprehension you had when you went to school, you would understand what you're reading more and be able to stick to it.
That's right.
Okay? People who are unlearned. A lot of people did not go to school. A lot of them skipped. A lot of them skipped class and went to another school and hung out. A lot of them went to hooky parties.
That's right.
A lot of them went and smoked, went and hang out, went and did this, and then come home and fake like they was in school.
Mm-hmm.
And you miss the fundamentals of it because you're getting it in English. Most people learn this in English first. So you got to be kind of versed to read these things. A lot of people read a nursery rhyme book and still can't break that down.
Mm-hmm.
And then want to come up and tell teachers and leaders what they saying is right or wrong. And we are only dictating what God's saying. You got to watch what you say out your mouth. Don't be so crazy and quick to disassemble and disagree. Be a student. Students keep their mouth shut and listen so you can learn.
That's right.
So one day you can lead your household. Time sheet.
Thou, therefore, O Lord, that art the God of the just, has not appointed repentance to the just, as to Abraham and Isaac.
Wait. He said he has appointed repentance to sinners, but he does not appoint mercy to the just or repentance. Why? Because the just don't sin.
Okay.
That's why. They don't need mercy. Wickedness, wicked people, evil people, people against God, they need mercy.
Right.
Us that have presumptuously sinned and then stop, we need that mercy. We have to stay in that repentance. But if I never messed up, what I got to say sorry for?
That's true.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Right.
Some people say, yo, man, no, I forgive. I said, well, you forgive me for you didn't do nothing wrong. He did. Or she did. You didn't do nothing. You wasn't responsible for that. Some people will say they're sorry about a situation for somebody else.
Yeah.
And so you know what? You better than that person. Because he ain't even saying he's sorry. He's stubborn. Not one time he said, yo, I was wrong in any situation. Not one time she said, I was wrong in any situation. You right all the time?
All the time.
Every time you open up your mouth, you right?
You never wrong.
Nobody can tell you nothing no more.
That's not good.
And then look, when people stop telling you, now it's a problem. That means you've been cut off. Man cut you off too.
Okay.
Your parents cut you off too.
Okay.
Everything we do, we learn from God. Then we got that automatic. Man, you gotta go on my way. Cut off. Oh, I don't want him in my house no more.
Okay.
Right on.
Yeah.
Look, you can't come on my block no more. Hey, when me and you told people that? Yeah, you seen it? He said, yo, you can't come on this block no more. I better not catch you in this hood. Yeah, because we run this over here. Just like Ben and I did, we still running here respectfully. Respectfully. We're not terrorists out here. There's people who hate us. They'll smile though.
They smile and walk.
They smile. And you know why they hate us? Because we don't live like them. I asked somebody the other day, because they was like, oh man, your brother Abraham, they got kids, your brother Shama, they can come, we have an Easter celebration. I said, man, you know I don't celebrate Easter. They said, yeah, but their kids don't celebrate it either. We're not like you, because you got people who I don't celebrate Christmas, but the kids, you see the guy ain't got no children, but then now he still buy gifts for them. We can't be that way. If I don't do it, kids don't do it. If the kids don't do it, I don't do it. They just said, wow, you guys act like you hate that. I said, I do hate that stuff.
Yeah.
Since you asked, I'm going to let you know. It's just me and you talking. I do hate that stuff. My God told me to hate this stuff because it's paganism. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what I try to tell you, you're not going to see that. I said, but I'm not getting mad at you. You never came to Sabbath teachings. You never even tuned in on my site as many times as I gave you the link.
Yeah.
You never tried this out.
Try that
Huh?
out.
Yeah. Why you never say, why you don't come and celebrate what I celebrate? Why you always trying to get me? But you see, that's what you're gonna have to deal with when you serve God. Those are the outside forces he be talking about. Tell she.
Thou, therefore, O Lord, that art the God of the just, hast not appointed repentance to the just, as to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, which have not sinned against thee.
These guys ain't sin.
Mm.
They set up offerings, but I ain't hear about them setting up no sin off. Hey, Shama?
That's
Chief
right.
Shama?
That's right. They sent up offerings.
They sent up offerings.
They ain't sent up no sin
No
off.
crazy. They ain't never sent no sin off.
They ain't sent up no sin off.
But when you've been reading here and there and there and here and here and there under a man that dedicated himself to serve God, you won't get this. You keep your head in this. You're going to get it. You say, oh, okay, this explains this. And you're going to get the way of the ancient, how the world, how this earth was in that time, how everybody thought in that time. You can't take this modern thinking, social media, got everybody wrapped up.
Everybody wrapped up.
Everybody is wrapped up. Even the man that called himself the Kohen, he's wrapped up. And that's that wrapping up is what got him still calling himself the Kohen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what you hear on there, go according to your own heart's lust, what you want. You only gonna go where you feel comfortable. Let me tell y'all something. When it comes to serving God, you're not supposed to be comfortable. Because you didn't come right. You came evil and desiccated, dirty. So you gotta hear some things you don't like. I expect people to buck and budge. And, oh man, I ain't with this. I'm out of here. You're not meant to do it. You ain't strong enough. You weak and you a quitter and a loser, like I said earlier. Your only idea of winning is going out there and getting something to impress the heathen, the wicked. Misery love company. Go join them. Why are Israelites so miserable? And then they want the most miserable is on Shabbat. If I don't get no peace of mind, and trust me, I don't get no peace of mind during the week. Okay? I'll be handling 3 different things at one time. When Friday evening comes, I sit in that chair. First thing come out of my mouth is, ain't the Most High. Finally.
That's right.
Because to just dwell on God gives me life and energy.
That's right.
To deal with the world, job, this, that, people, it takes away from you.
That's right.
Right.
It takes away from you, man. You're better off sitting in the cave and meditating on God. You got your food there, and that's it.
That's it.
Right.
You're better off locking in this room. I said, man, you know what?
Yeah.
I gotta get the courage. But I feel like just lock out. I don't do nothing. I don't. But then now, certain bills have to be covered for me to do that. Certain things have to be covered, right? And I'm just sitting there. Most of my time is fasting and praying. I get to the point where, like, who did? Who did? Which is this guy's wife. She didn't eat every day. He said she only ate on the feast days.
Shabbat.
And on Shabbat.
No.
You can't fast on the Shabbat.
New moon.
You can't do special things on the Shabbat. You got to do it on another day. This day is 100% for God.
That's right.
Special for God.
That's right. Can't have another type of celebration on this day.
That's right.
We can't go to funerals on this day.
That's
I
right.
don't go visiting nobody nowhere on this day.
That's right.
Okay? You're not going to die. We'll see him tonight.
Yeah.
All right? Because I noticed one thing. We pick any excuse not to do the commandments. We pick any excuse not to come out. The weakest one is my stomach was hurting. But you still went to work.
Mm-hmm.
You still went to that party.
Right.
Okay.
You still drank that wine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't stop you. So why are you making that stuff?
Cutoff zone.
Okay. Maybe God wants you, right? Hey, okay. But you only gonna get close enough with what you got in you.
That's right.
Zone that you put yourself in.
So if you're not doing nothing to add on more, the adversary will get you.
You zoning out. You zoning out the wrong way.
He gonna get you. Don't you?
But thou hast appointed repentance unto me that I'm a sinner.
He said, God, you did not appoint repentance unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He said, which have not sinned against thee. Now, people read this book and they believe parts they want to read, they want to believe, and they believe parts they don't want to believe.
Right.
That man just said, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob,
Did
which
not
have not sinned. He is closer, his age and the age he lived in is closer to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob age. So he knows that they didn't sin. This is history that's been passed down. He knows that. And if you read their life, you will see that they didn't sin.
Yeah.
Oh, but he did it. He didn't sin. Oh, but he tricked his father. He didn't sin.
That's right.
He did not sin. Everything that happened with Jacob and Esau was foretold by God.
Yeah.
Everything that happened with David's sons was foretold by God.
That's right.
So everything that happened, they had no choice but to do the will of God, whether it was good or evil. Now understand that? So when you read certain things in here, don't criticize.
Mm-hmm.
Saul used to get the evil spirit on him. He still stopped the people from eating blood.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Time sheet.
For I have sinned above the number of the sands of the sea.
He said, I sinned. He said, you appointed, but thou hast appointed repentance unto me that I'm a sinner. I need to repent because I'm a sinner. He said, I have sinned. Now he's confessing to who?
To God.
To God, not to no man. Look, back then they didn't go and confess to the high priest. The high priest knew it. I don't know how he knew it. He knew it. He's the high priest. He linked with God. And he's able to transfer all those iniquities and sins, which you can't see, it's in the spirit, onto the head of a goat.
Mm-hmm.
Goat.
Prophets and them hops.
See that goat? When all those sins go in that goat got the iniquity of all the house of Israel on it. And then a fit man, a man that is just and that is honorable, he takes that goat, and it's a designated area in Israel. Nobody goes. Nobody lives there. Nobody goes there. Nobody goes there. He take him there, and he let him loose.
Mhm.
All right?
Imagine the monkey that eat that.
And look. There's something out there that God has that eat that. The Baal, the devil, the adversary, likes to show itself as a goat. Why? Because of the scapegoat. That's what they call it, the scapegoat. The scapegoat has all the sins of the people on it. The Baal is about sin, and he represents a goat. They say, the goat. Are you the goat? Don't use that term, y'all. Don't use that term.
All devil worshippers use that term. All devil worshippers use that term.
That calf, we call it a calf, but it was really a goat head. In that world, the goats is dedicated and devoted to Satan, to the adversary. You can see why he likes to look like a goat. And you can see why everybody want to call themselves the goat. Oh, but it mean the greatest of all time. No, it don't. So that was made to disguise the real meaning. Stop being naive. Time sheet.
My transgressions, O Lord, are multiplied. My transgressions are multiplied. And I am not worthy to behold and see the height of heaven for the multitude of mine iniquities. I am bowed down with many iron bands, that I cannot lift up my head. Neither have any release.
Any release, he don't get no comfortability up in there. He got iron bands, thick, tight. He can't go. He can't do this. He can't do this. He can't get in there and scratch his neck. He keeps his head. Every once in a while, he got to turn because it's stiff. And then right here, up under here, you start to bleed because that metal rubbing against that skin. After a while, you got handcuffs on too long. What happens to your wrist? What happened to his neck, and to his wrists, and to his feet, his ankles? You can't walk. Every time you walk, that thing hits your ankle bone. Bang! It hurts. They got a thing, clamp. They got chains. They got a box that put there. Then now they got a chain that go around in the back. It's called an iron pamper. Okay, and a prisoner made it, and they killed him for that. Because now you don't just have cuffs on, you got a cuff and a box. You're not getting out of that box. You can't pick it, right or wrong, Shama. You can't pick it, right? And then you got chains up through your privates, up your back, around and down, and then my foot is chained to you. And we can't move no further than each other. We gotta step together.
No escape.
Yo, what do you say, yo, man, son? Walk with me, man. You know why? Because if you move a different way than I move a different way we move, we're gonna hurt each other because it's sitting on that ankle bone. And you're sitting on that bus. And I'm talking about regular handcuffs. This guy had bangles on, bands of metal. He didn't have cuffs on. But I'm showing you just how comfortable today's confinement is. And you can't even scratch your nose. You can't scratch your nose, man.
I bust like this, boy.
And for some reason, that's when everything itches.
Like this on the bus,
Yeah. Look, man. Look, I told my man, I said, yo, son, I need your back for a minute. He said, watch. He turned his back, and I rubbed off his because you don't get that itch. It bothers you more.
Yeah, man.
You don't get no release. That's what that means. No comfortability. Some dudes had to move. The bathroom, you can forget about that. Yo, and that's now. Talk about then. You ain't in no prison cell or in a dorm. You in a dungeon. The floor is dirt. Anything could come up out of there. The walls is brick and it got moss and mold on it. You live in there with a rat and a mouse and water bugs and scorpions and snakes in a dungeon. They feed you when they want to feed you, how they want to feed you,
Slop.
what they want to feed you.
Slop.
They call it slop.
Slop.
Same thing they serve in them jails right now.
Slop.
Slop. So wait, I know heathens that won't eat that. And I know Israelites that would. Ain't that something? I know heathens that would not touch that food in jail. They would not touch that food in burger. They said, man, I ain't touching that, man. And put my mother, man. So how much more one that know God and has a diet? We the only ones got a diet. The Christians ain't got no diet. They ain't got one. Name me one that has a diet. Oh, no, the Muslims they don't eat. Pork is the only thing they don't eat, and they still eat that. They eat, look, I done sat down with imams of Muslims and 5%ers recently, like a year ago. I sat with them, some heads from Manhattan, right? And we got into the dietary, and I said, but you know, the pig ain't the only thing. According to the laws of God, other animals have been categorized when they don't have these features. So, you know, I was explaining shoulder cut, cloven foot, and split, right? And they said, they was agreeing. This is another thing I noticed. When I sit down and I talk with heathens about this book, sincerely, they don't give me a hard time. They don't say, no. And these people don't know God. But Israel give me a hard time. Israel give you a hard time because they don't believe what they read. That's why. You don't listen. I sit with heathen people and they say, yo, I accept what you're saying, brother. That's yo. One dude said, oh, wow, I didn't know seafood is it's just, I said, it's categorized land, sea, and air. You got beasts on the land, and you got creeping things. Then you got the flying fowl, and then you got the sea creatures. And there's a requirement, a feature that each one has to have in that department for you to consume. If not, their dead carcass will be unclean and abominable to you. That's our diet. Okay? So when I told them about that, I went into seafood. And I noticed every time I go into that, my best line to show that these things are abominable is, would you eat a roach? Would you eat a water bug?
No.
I said, look, next time you get to see a water bug, catch them. You know, you can stomp on these guys and they still will be alive. You just hit them up a little, boom, put some gloves on, turn them around, and go in your fridge and get that lobster. Turn them around, put both of them on their back. The only difference is the claws and the tail, got the long tail. He got antennas just like the roach. The shrimp, same thing. Why do I want to eat something
It has the same
that has
anatomy.
I can't even break it.
The same
And then when it
anatomy.
finally opened, it's slime.
The
It's
same
not
anatomy
flesh.
as a roach.
But see now, people be like, I don't want to, don't do it no more because they still gonna eat that. That's how much your taste buds have taken over. That's how much your emotions have taken over. Everything about you has been inclined to do the wrong thing. You don't even know that. Tom She. He said, I am not worthy to behold and see the height of heaven. For the multitude of mine iniquity.
Okay.
He said, man, listen, I'm not even going to try to sit here and count. He's being honest with himself. Then if I'm honest with myself, I could be honest with God. I could be sincere with God. I could be honest with you and be sincere with you. If I'm not lying to myself, I'm capping to myself and telling myself something. And it's not that like that. I ain't got it like that. I'm not capable or I'm not doing it. But I tell myself I'm doing it. For example, the prophet told Saul, yo, man, you sinned. You brought back all these people. what he said. He said, no, I performed the commandment of God. He really, in his head, got wrong.
That's right.
He just told Samuel that he was wrong. He just told the prophet, no, you're wrong.
Mhm.
I did everything. He couldn't see where he messed up at.
Yeah.
And that's today. Tell she.
I bow down with many iron bands that I cannot lift up my head. Neither have I any release, for I have provoked thy wrath and done evil before thee.
I provoked you. Every time I sin presumptuously,
You provoke
I
God.
provoke God. I provoke his wrath against you. You got to believe this. When you believe it, it builds fear and you will stop. I know this through experience. Tamshi,
I did not thy will, neither kept thy commandments.
I didn't do your will, and I know what your will is, what you want, what you expect of me, what you require of me, and that's the commandments. Tamshi,
I have set up abominations.
I have set up abominations. You cannot make an altar. I'm hearing about Israelites making altars for people. All right? And the altars that they're making is not to praise deities, it's for dead
people.
dead people.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all another thing about religion. Your ancestors, you see your ancestors, your greats, the people you came from, when they die, you gotta leave them alone.
Leave them alone.
You don't set up no monuments, memorial in memory of. We don't do that. I don't need you to put that up there to remember my father. He's here. He's missed here, and I got him here. His voice, certain things he said and taught me, I hear it. When it's played again in my head, I hear his voice. So I don't need to see an image of him. See, you really don't need this. I don't need to do this situation here and honor. I honored him when he was alive. You don't honor the dead. That's how Egypt came up. Egypt was worshiping of the dead. Pour out a little liquor, moment of silence. There's a lot of things people do when people die.
Anniversary.
Anniversaries, oh man.
Today
Is the day he died. And because of that, whatever you do, that's worship. Right or wrong?
That's right. Absolutely.
You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me. That's why God told those people to leave Egypt's ordinances alone.
Don't bring nothing with them.
Don't bring nothing. Don't bring it. When I'm keeping this was his. Nobody touched this. And if you put it and you separate it, you don't try to make it holy. You making it separate, and it's not for God. This is something that the whole world does. Okay?
And Montclair gone. At Fendi gone.
He said, look, these people here, certain people, God condemned, right? He don't want you bringing back nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the situation. Now, usually, even when they bring back the spoil, they don't bring back a garment. They don't bring back a garment, a foreign garment. Say like we bringing back the spoils. You know what the spoils for me was, right? Gold, the silver, the cattle. It wasn't their garments.
No,
it wasn't their robes. They had robes, but it wasn't like this.
It was foreign.
Look, even if it was like this, it was a dedicated thing. They put their robes on their statues, on their deities. They dressed them. Okay? So you gotta leave all that alone. Leave that, don't get caught up in it. In somebody else's name. Because that's all it is. And it's somebody else's name, right?
Yeah. The inhabitants of the world look up to foreign.
Leave it alone.
Archon died for foreign.
Leave it alone. And he couldn't even wear it.
Talking about.
That's to show you how bad you got it in you. He couldn't even wear it, but he still had it. Foreign apparel.
Foreign apparel.
If it's not this, it's foreign.
You was go
Okay.
crazy over foreign.
Okay.
Fendi, Moncler, Gucci.
They kill you for that. They steal for that. They kill for that.
And Gucci belt.
Okay. And they look up to you with that. Okay. And remember, all those people are funny too.
Funny
And
ain't the
devil
word.
worshippers. And devil worshippers.
Funny ain't the word.
Just remember that. So,
Yeah,
got a lot of work to do.
I'm with foreign.
Okay. Got a lot of work to do. Now, what Achan did, he took the Babylonian garment. That wasn't the only sin. He took the wedge of gold. God said, "That's my gold. That gold is mine. All the gold that y'all get, bring it here."
That's what he stole.
And he stole from God.
Stole
when he
from
did
God.
that. It wasn't. So even let's say he didn't take the Babylonian garment. He took the gold. It still would have went down.
That's right.
Because the thing was, when you go to war with these people, you can take their stuff. These people, kill them all. Don't bring nothing back. What do you say about the Amalekites? He said, infant,
Right.
suckling.
Children.
Suckling. The suckling is a newborn.
That's the newborn baby.
That's what?
That's
Did they give them bottles?
No breastfeeding.
Okay.
Breastfeeding.
They didn't have bottles.
On the breast.
That's why the kids get gas so much.
Yeah.
They didn't get bottles.
Yeah.
No, but he won't take to the milk because you having sex while you're breastfeeding. You was having sex while you was mad, while you was pregnant. They didn't dig down. They didn't go up in it. Once they woman conceived, they left them alone and went to their other wife. But you can't have another wife, so you're stuck. You're stuck. You're supposed to have 6 boys, but because you can't have another wife and she ain't healthy enough to give you all of them, you're only gonna have one. See how we bless each other. I love you. You don't love me.
Right.
You don't want me to be the man that God told me to be. Right. And you don't want your son that I have with you to be the man that God told him to be.
That's right.
How about that one? Yeah. You holding me back from living up to these expectations of God, because that's who I'm committed to. That's who I have to prove. I don't have to prove myself to you. I prove myself to my parents and God. The world could go, because those are the ones that could bless me and curse me. So that's who matters.
That's right.
Not saying I'll treat anybody anyway. No, I'm saying when it comes to those, it's a different type of attention. My behavior is different.
That's right. Hear it.
I could be mad at you, but because of God, mommy or daddy, I'm going to chill. Even if you still running your mouth, I'm going to chill. Because you running your mouth gonna get you in trouble with God, mommy, and daddy. And I will be part of it. Use wisdom. He said, how about a little righteousness? We don't want to use wisdom. We don't want to listen to it. We don't want to listen to righteousness. I don't when it's supposed, when we're supposed to use these things? When something happens. It's when God want to see what you're going to do, how you going to think, where you going to go with it. Or you're going to be just about this and take the heat? Because being just, you're going to take heat from the unjust. I'm going to say it again. Being just and correct, you take heat from the ones that are not just and correct.
That's right.
You tell the truth, but the liar don't like that you told the truth. Tongue sheet.
And had multiplied offenses. Now therefore I bow the knees of mine heart, beseeching thee of grace. I have sinned, O Lord, I have sinned, and I acknowledge mine
He
iniquities.
said, therefore I bow the knee of mine heart. He's speaking metaphorically. This is metaphor. You see how I bend my knee? He said, my heart is bended to you.
Yeah.
You know what that means, man? I give in.
I'm giving in.
I totally submit
I
to you
submit.
and to your will,
I
oh Lord
submit.
God. You got it. You won. That's what that means. I'm not against nothing you got going down, God.
That's right.
I totally submit myself to your will.
That's right.
That's what we got to do. You will be taken seriously by God. I love that. You know what? Stuff like this is what men say to women in songs. This is why you get your heart broken, man. Because you're giving this woman all this love. And then she start dictating you how you gonna move. Even an Israelite woman, certain stuff you still not gonna do. And if she feels she gonna correct you. This is out of order. That's not how they did it, man. That's not how it went. That's not how it went. Some men, I don't care what they doing. The wife ain't saying nothing. The children ain't saying nothing.
No, my father.
You're not correcting nobody.
No, my father.
You better mind your business. Correct your damn self.
It's true.
That man is on a plane where nobody got to tell him nothing. God would tell him.
No, my father.
Or he would tell himself because he examined himself.
That's right.
After he do certain things, he come back out. He's a different person.
That's right.
He say, oh, man, I shouldn't have said that. I lied. Or He correct that. I don't care how you feel. I corrected it. So you got to learn how to control that thing like a light switch, man. You can't stay stuck. Because the one that's going to be hurt is me most of the time. He said, man, I humbly beseech thee, forgive me. Oh, Lord, forgive me. And what? After he said, forgive me, what he said?
Wherefore I humbly beseech thee, forgive me, O Lord, forgive me, and destroy me not with mine iniquity.
Hold up. That's why God don't want us to commit iniquities. Because it gets to a point where he's going to destroy you because of these iniquities. Recall. Y'all know what a recall is, right? When a product or an item gets recalled. You give it right away the news. This stuff is no good. Don't eat it. If you got this brand and you got to bring it back. It's no good. Throw it away. That's what's going to happen to you when you die in your iniquities. You're going to get put in the trash incinerator, and it's hot with the rest of the trash. Time sheet.
Be not angry with me forever by reserving evil for me. Neither condemn me into the lower parts of the earth.
Oh, man, hold up, man. That ain't 6 feet, man. The lower parts.
That's lower than 6 feet.
Is where you can't go physically. You got to get to there in the spirit. So that happens, those lower parts, you go there when you die. He said,
That's right.
this is why they took this. This is why they took this apocrypha out.
He said, don't condemn
Okay?
me.
Don't banish me down there. Don't leave me down there, because that's what's gonna happen.
There's only one spot you get banished at now.
Okay? Okay? So that means when you die in your sin, that's where you go. This is what happens. This here, I don't need to break down nothing.
People don't believe it.
It don't need to get break. And when you got stuff like this, straight up shooting facts, they say they want to take it out. They omit it. They edit it.
They say it's
That's
metaphoric.
why you got new books now that don't say the same thing as the 1611 King James.
Yeah.
Now you see why I told y'all last week.
That's true.
They watered down everything.
Everything.
All right?
Soon it's gonna be a fairy tale story.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He said, destroy me not with mine iniquities. He said, be not angry with me forever. By reserving,
by saving.
I mean, after you die, where he got you, he's going to be angry with you forever. And you're going to receive the result of that anger forever.
That's right.
That's to destroy. He said, destroy me not with mine iniquities. Be not angry with me forever by reserving. Reserving means storing.
Story.
When you get over here, I got this waiting for you. When you die, I got this waiting for you. He said, neither. All of this goes down after death. He said, neither condemn. What condemn means to be left there for eternity. This is where you're sentenced to. I'm going to leave you to this. He said, don't leave me in the lower parts of the earth. That's what he's saying. Don't leave me down here. Get me to the light. Bring me back up. Bring me back. I want to stay down here. Because everybody go down. But then it's a split. It's a classification.
And then the righteous.
And then see, the righteous go here, the wicked go here. The wicked
stays there.
Stays there.
You
You
get
get
condemned.
condemned. That's where he don't want to go.
There you go.
Okay? That's where you go.
Yeah.
You go down, you split. You got the line, he said, the lot of the righteous.
A lot of the righteous.
Those are the ones that
Psalms
are,
125.
those are the ones that are asleep, chilling, waiting to come back to get their job, right? And they're being protected. So that means that somehow a stray spirit could get around down there and get to them. That's why they're covered and guarded. Tom Sheep.
For thou art the God.
You are the God.
For thou art
You
the
are
God.
God. You are the one.
That's right.
You are the creator.
That's right.
You are my God.
That's
You
right.
everybody's God.
That's right.
You are the heathens' God.
That's right.
You are the stars' God.
That's
You're the
right.
earth's God. You're everybody's God.
God over all.
Yeah.
Even the God of them that repent.
Even the God of them that repent, even the ones that were wicked and repenting. You're God over them. You're God over the good and the bad. Tom Sheep.
And in me thou wilt show. And in me thou wilt show all thy goodness.
You know what that means? You know what that means? Because I'm repenting. I know you're going to show mercy to me. And it will be a sign. You will see. Okay? You will see that I have goodness in me.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In
thou-
me, he said, in me, you're going to show all how good you are. You know why? Because I deserve to die and be destroyed with my sins.
Right.
You're going to be praised for when people see how you dealt with me. All praises
Right.
due, not to me. That's why that angel said, no. I'm not telling you nothing. You're not offering nothing. You're not praying to me nothing. All credit goes to the Most High God. Tom Sheep.
That's right.
For thou wilt save me, that I'm unworthy, according to thy great mercy.
Oh man, oh God, I love you, man. You gotta love somebody
Yeah.
who will save you when you don't deserve it.
I don't deserve it.
I don't deserve
I'm
it.
unworthy. I don't deserve
I
you.
still don't like what I did.
Uh-huh.
Tom Sheep.
Therefore I will praise thee forever, all the days of thy life.
That's it now. My mind made up. Ain't no turning back.
Because of this,
Because of
because of
this,
your
yeah,
mercy,
certain things gonna get done on
I'm
my life
rocking
now.
off.
Tom Sheep.
That's right. For all the powers of the heavens do praise thee.
All the powers, those are the powers.
Right.
God is not powers. You hear it?
Right. Yeah.
Shema Yisrael.
For all the powers of the
All
heavens
the powers of the heavens
do praise thee.
praise you.
That's
So he's
right.
not powers.
No.
I keep
Okay.
telling you, I don't know God, man.
He said, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's
He said, I'm the God of the spirits of all flesh. He
Stick
said,
to
I'm
what
the
you was taught.
eternal one. That's
Stick
right.
to what you was taught.
That's right.
Stick to what you was
L
taught.
don't
This
mean
modern
powers.
stuff, modern stuff,
That's
it's
right.
not good, man.
L mean God.
All the powers, all the power, any power you could think of.
Yeah.
God is above that.
Yeah.
He's the strong.
God created that.
That's right.
You can't call God that.
That's right.
If God created trees, do you call him a tree?
No.
Okay.
All
The
right.
powers of God's
He
creation.
said, for all the powers of heavens do praise thee, and thine is the glory forever and ever. Thine is the glory means you deserve to be praised forever and ever.
That's
Only
right.
you deserve to be praised and worshiped.
That's
Only
right.
your name should be called on.
That's
right.
Forever and ever and ever. Hallelujah. We
Hallelujah.
don't say
Hallelujah.
amen. We don't say amen
No.
because that's an Egyptian word
That's
for
right.
Amenhotep,
That's
the God
right.
of the sun. The
That's
sun
right.
worship everywhere.
That's
Shalom
right.
Aleichem.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, 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 shalom.